Kia ora, welcome everyone. We'll get started. We need to be on time, so I'll grab your attention. Please be upstanding and I'll lead us in a karakia. E tami nui tara, whiti mai ruka, whiti mai raro, kia pia te ti, kia wana te tia, te ti, kia rito te ti, kia tawa mai te Māori, humie, huie, tai kie. Kia ora, thank you. Please stay standing and do we have the waiata kicked in? Sorry, wait one moment. Yeah. I know how much you love it. Brilliant, thank you team. Please stay standing. I'm just going to pass over to Councillor Scott and we're going to have a minute's silence. So in regard to former Councillor Jane Coughlin's passing, I'll pass to you, Councillor Scott.
Thank you. Dear Lord, we come before you with heavy hearts as we mourn the loss of our beloved Jane Coughlin, who faithfully served with our community as a district councillor for 21 years. We thank you for the dedication and passion Jane showed in serving others. May Jane's legacy of kindness, leadership and service live on in our hearts and in the community Jane loves so dearly. Amen.
Amen. And please stay standing for a minute's silence. Please be seated. Alrighty, so welcome everyone, welcome anyone online and anyone that is going to watch later, and welcome to members of the public who are here to either watch or submit this morning. So call for apologies, not aware of any. Yeah.
Brian had one from the Pleasant Point Community Board.
Yep, perfect. And our line, yeah, cool. And we'll receive Ellie Talbot as an apology as well. I'll move those. Happy to second those. Councillor Shannon, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. And welcome from the Geraldine Community Board, the Chair, Jan Phillips, to be with us for the day. Alrighty, so before we get started, what we will do is call for conflicts. So I just did note, if you want to just give it an indication, and we'll be quite fluid through the 3 days as far as specific points that submitters might bring up where you feel like you're conflicted. I take I'll just note the conflicts that we know of, the Venture Timaru appointments, the Community Board appointments where submitters have made, so you don't need to give those. I think that's all relevant, but we can whip around the room to see if there's any. No, Councillor Pye.
Yeah, so a shareholder of Apua Water, shareholder and my husband's a director of Rangitata South, Irrigation Limited, and we have numerous memberships with Federated Farmers in the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Councillor Shannon? Councillor Oliver?
I sit on the Geraldine NZ Board and Sculpture Trail Governance Committee, so that's pretty much it for me.
Yep. thank you. Councillor Scott?
Just a director on Venture Timaru.
Yeah, perfect, thank you. Councillor Burt?
See my connection with Environment Canterbury, there's some tenuous things in there, but nothing that would be.
Yep, that's fine. We'll just work through if anything pops up. Councillor Jackson?
No conflicts.
Nothing.
No. Councillor Burt? Yep. Yep, cool. So conflict, are you still on the CBD group? Yeah, okay, perfect. Cool, and so mine will be in regard to the theatre, the bid rate, the food registration fees, sale of liquor fees, and the Hospitality Association submission. Awesome, okay, that gets that out of the way. And we're ahead of time, so we'll see if, look at that, oh, great start, just relax, talk amongst yourselves. We'll see if Andrew remotely.
Morena. Kia ora.
Right, welcome Brendan, sorry, and Stephen. Oh yeah, we need to go to item 6, sorry, apologies, 7.1, receipt of submissions and hearing.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor, Councillors. This is the start of 2 big days for all of you, where everyone who has been speaking on the, who has submitted to the long-term plan will either be here in person, here virtually, or here in writing. So it's a good opportunity for you to sit down and see eye to eye with all the people who have taken the opportunity to take part in the democratic process. All we can ask you to do is to give everything their consideration that they're saying, and come to it all with an open mind. Everyone has 10 minutes. That includes questions for timing. We've got a lot of people to get through today, so if you could try to keep to time, that would be awesome. Anything to add?
Don't think so, no.
No? Well, good luck.
Alrighty, so you want us to receive that now? I was going to do that, but we can do that. Okay, so 7.1 on page 6. Oh, I didn't realise we were in public forums. So. No, I thought it was just, okay, no, that's fine. We'll receive a note, 1, 2 and 3. I'm happy to move that. Can someone second that, please? Councillor Pye, thank you. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. Thank you, team. We'll hear more from you later. You can rest up till Wednesday. I didn't realise, my apologies. We've got public forum in regard to receiving the petition, and I welcome you're all up to speak to that. And you've got that in your papers in regard to the Timaru District Council, Temuka Ward and LTNZ submission.
Morning, Mr Mayor and fellow councillors. The submission I've got for you today is in regards to speed in the northern section of Temuka District. The piece that we're actually speaking about is from Lachlan Street, Evan Street intersections through to Donald Street intersection. Now, the speeds at the Donald Street end of this piece of land is extremely dangerous. The 100 km/h reduction point is basically 80 metres from that corner, and most people will know that coming down to that intersection, there's very, very few people would actually be doing 70 km/h as they pass that point. Also, and this is actually taken from all the people in the area. I've personally canvassed that area. And I have 116 signatures to this, to have the speed limit reduced to 50 kilometres an hour in that section. Additional to the people that are there now, there's a further development going ahead, which will put another 26 residences into the area, which will add to that figure of people trying to access King Street from those two intersections. At present, there's an awful lot of people actually go down through a back road, which the council, I know, has actually been asked to put more judder bars in because the amount of traffic that's travelling down there. And so I think it's imperative that this gets done immediately, and the proposed positioning of the speed limits to be put out to, for instead of Donald Street, is out to Springfield Road, Oxford Crossing Road. There is a welcome to Temuka sign out in that area, and I think this is where the speed limit should be applied to from. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And this was received by the Temuka Community Board last week. Temuka Community Board's fully in support. I would assume council's still fully in support. If you've got contrary views, please state them, but obviously this is something that sits with Katahi, NZTA. I've got the opportunity this week to raise it at RTEC, Regional Transport Committee, which I'll do. And I guess the question is, we'll receive the petition today, but is everyone comfortable in supporting that from the residents? Yep, perfect. So I'll just move that we receive the petition and we continue to advocate for those speed limit changes.
Good. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Pye. All those in favour, please say aye. Brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate that. Not going to do this. Alrighty, we're going to get into submissions. So we'll go now to Andrew Galloway, if we can get him online.
Kia ora.
Oh, perfect. Welcome, Andrew. So you've got 10 minutes and save some time for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for talking to us this morning. We're from Alcohol and Health Watch. We're a national organisation funded by Te Whatu Ora. We're here to talk about alcohol, which is New Zealand's most harmful drug. It's a significant contributor to social and health inequities experienced by Māori, Pacific people and other impacted groups. That's much better. The police, licensing inspectors and medical officer of health and other agencies such as ours are well aware of the burden that alcohol places on your district and disproportionate impact of alcohol harm for vulnerable groups. Our submission on the review of the joint local alcohol policy at the end of last year provides further evidence about the harms. But what we're here to talk to you today about is around the fees. Local government have a key role in promoting social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities and supporting the system of control over the sale and supply of alcohol. The alcohol licensing regime is an important component of the system of control, and it's part of a package of measures such as the local alcohol policy and liquor bans under the consolidated bylaw, which when used comprehensively can create safer environments and significantly minimise harm from alcohol. In Timaru, we know that there are approximately 140 licensed premises, and we also know that you have been resourcing, have had resourcing issues in relation to the 22-23 period. Alcohol licensing comes at a significant cost, and subsequently the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 envisaged full cost recovery. There are default fees set under the Fees Regulations 2013. However, these do not cover all costs incurred by Council carrying out its activities, particularly as the fees were set many years ago and are overdue for review. The fees and charges proposed for 24-25 envisage that the default fees will generally be applied, which probably means the Council will be part funding its alcohol licensing system, including the costs associated with monitoring and enforcement through general rates and not aiming to achieve total cost recovery. As noted in our written submission, the Council has the ability to make a bylaw under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act Fee Setting Bylaws Order 2013 and alter these nationally fixed amounts and set fees that reflect council's actual costs as a licensing authority. There are a growing number of councils who have chosen to take this path, and for example, we've made submissions to a number of councils in the Wellington region in the past few weeks. Most are choosing to make a bylaw, such as Porirua and Kapiti Coast. We reiterate that the setting of realistic fees would meet the policy objectives of the licensing regime, and these are stipulated in the regime to recover the total and reasonable costs incurred by council administering a licensing system, to ensure that those create the greatest need for regulatory effort bear the cost, to allow circumstances to be reflected in the fees paid by operators and income received by council, and ultimately to minimise alcohol-related harm. It would also align with council's 10-year vision where people, place and business prosper with a healthy, adaptable and regenerative environment, with connected and safe communities where all premises in the district with alcohol licences operate responsibly. It would also seem that fee sets for a bylaw would address resourcing issues experienced by this council when undertaking licensing services. That's all we have. You've got our written submission. We're very happy to take questions and really do appreciate the time this morning.
Brilliant, thank you. Any questions for Team Alcohol Watch? No, that's great. That's too easy. Really appreciate that. Thanks for submitting. Thanks for taking the time, and we'll deliberate that on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Cheers. Alrighty. So we're ahead of time again. Fantastic. Move now to Brian Gallagher from the Sustainable South Canterbury Trust, and Brian's got a PowerPoint as well. Welcome, Brian.
Morning, Mayor Nigel. Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk this morning. I know that you've got a busy couple of days, and pleasing to see you haven't borrowed Graham Norton's red chair, so hopefully I can walk. I do have a presentation, some slides. Are they coming? There is. Oh, walk. You're ahead of time. Don't worry, not long. Thank you. Just to, our site down at Redruth is certainly developing as a diamond in the rough, along with the Crow's Nest, which is coming up next weekend. It's been in operation for 20 years, so a milestone for the Crow's Nest. The new Eco Centre and, of course, the Raptor Trust, so recognised last year in the Business Excellence Awards. So we are starting to build a link in our community for sustainability, and that's one of the key things is our next one. There we go. So as we build our link with the community, the template we were trying to think of what's available, and there's no need to go out and reinvent the wheel. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are widely adopted not only in New Zealand by business but around the world. So keeping a theme here that is relevant across the globe is certainly important as a number of businesses in our community do operate in global markets. But what is important about developing these is that they can help attract visitors and people to stay. It helps attract business and support business that's here, and also to help make our district a great place to live. I'm still do get the Timaru Herald, and I note on Saturday that we had the economic report on the front page, but how great would it be to support that not only as an economic report, but as a sustainability report and dashboard for what's happening in our community? Because there are aspects of these here with the people and planet parts that show respect and care, and that's what makes the Timaru district a great place to live. The Trust is proposing that a pilot project be established for Timaru, so how do we tell what's going well, what can we do better, and how can we share the stories? So really we do want to have the support of the Timaru District Council in promoting these goals as a template and guidance for our community, because you're part of our first step with conversations to other parties, regional councils, central, local government, the various stakeholders, and it's getting the funding from those to make this pilot a possibility. So we see that as having great potential for Timaru, because it will be a first, but it's not only can be used in Timaru, but it can be replicated in other locations as well. So asking for your support around that. In looking at the draft LTP, it does not have a section to focus on sustainability, and we appreciate the prudence required by Council in managing finances going forward and getting that split between the core business of Council and then the culture and social aspects. But I think that does need to be included and brought forward. Luckily, a couple of weeks ago at the Chamber of Commerce sustainability session, Brian McCain, third generation member of the McCain family, shared their presentation on their sustainability strategy and what they're doing. And they have core roots, strong roots here in South Canterbury with our ag sector and part of our business. So they report on these goals and pretty much make it pretty simple to get those messages across. So I think there's a lot of information that Council has in the details and various plans and things. So to bring that out, use that McCain's, it's just as an example of their strategy, but something that can be easily adopted by Council. And of course, not all the goals there are relevant to Council, so just the key ones that relate to your business. But it is important, I think, for Council that we do look at some of these other things. You know, the no poverty one, maybe you say it's not relevant to Council, but we wouldn't want to see people living in shop fronts down Stafford Street, and already Council's taken a position on some strategic purchase of property and demolition to provide and improve the image for the community. So just moving on, some other recommendations, sorry. Just with going back to our diamond down at Redruth, the entrance we have on the right-hand side, a bit of a scruffy area that's leased out at the moment, so some screening, planting in there would certainly help, you know, improve the entranceway. On the left-hand side, there's again scruffy trees and wastelands, so development of that into a wetland will help improve the image. Looking forward with our Sow and Grow program, we're looking to, with school kids and visitors, sow a seed, create a native nursery, and then track and trace where that's planted in the district, so a little bit of extra space out the back in the future. And then, of course, our drop-off area, we've had a 30% increase in numbers coming through, so some minor improvements to that will certainly help improve the congestion and some of the agitation with traffic blockage down at Redruth. And then finally, what I touched on with our waste management plan submission is just looking long-term at some options for South Beach and the Redruth landfill there. Certainly I think some rock groins would help prevent and erosion and maybe build up some shingle beach like South Beach at the breakwater. So I think Council needs to include some funding for investigation to that in the short term, but this will be a long-term potential risk for Council to address. So thank you for your time, and any questions?
Awesome, thanks, Brian. Councillor Pyatt.
Thank you, Brian. That was great. And I've been down to the Eco Centre numerous times, and it's a great facility you have down there. I just had a question with the planting, the wetland and the nursery. Are there any barriers from Council, like, for example, regulation or planning, that stop someone doing that, or is it purely just the funding of it?
Well, I suppose the section that's owned by Council, so that would be, it's the lessee that does that, or the Council, so not a great deal there. The wetland area probably could fit into part of the capital development of the landfill, so that may already be allowed for. The native nursery area, that's no cost to council, that's just a bit of a land bank, so we've got the space. So no, I don't think there's any, it's all on council land, all the initiatives, so I can't see any barriers.
One more question, sorry. Do you currently get any funding from council, or how is your entity funded?
Our entity, probably about 20, we have up to 10 employees, so currently about 27% of our costs is funded by council, and that's through a service contract to provide staff at the drop-off centres for the collection of the items for reuse, the curbside collection of large goods, and then a contribution towards some of the staff in the crow's nest. So it's a good partnership in that we get some funding from council, we get some funding from sales of items, and also funding from external parties as well. So that's the reason why the trust was set up, because it enables that mix of funding as opposed to a separate contract.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Brian, and great submission, so thank you for taking the time, you and your team. Just I had questions around the wetland area as well. When I went for a drive and a survey over the weekend, I just wondered what your rationale was around a wetland. Saturation of water, or so removal of the bushes, but the wetland concept,
Going back before grey hairs, I facilitated the planting of trees along there. So the trees are 35 years now, so haven't done very well, so they do look scruffy. The original shaping of that area was designed for if the pump fails down at the Redruth, where it pumps the stormwater into Saltwater Creek. So it was a backup area for that contingency. But it just looks a bit scruffy now. So going forward, excavation of the clay certainly could fit into some capital development with the landfill, and it's just also then provides a wetland stormwater treatment before it gets to that pump station and into Saltwater Creek. So it's just enhancing the area a bit more.
Perfect. Any further questions? No. All good. Thanks, Brian. Really appreciate that. Some good stuff in there.
And no reaching.
Alrighty. Dr. Phil, welcome. And we've got a presentation to set up for Dr. Phil as well. And then just as an indication, just wanted to give Phil a guideline around questions. So who's got questions, just to balance the timing? Yep. Yep. Anyone else over this side? No. Okay, so probably not too bad, Phil, as far as questions. So, yeah.
Thank you.
We've got a...
Is it okay if I kick off?
Yep, go for it, start now. Thanks,
Okay.
Phil.
So I'm going to address just two topics. The first one, building district-wide resilience. There's two major threats we're facing. Be bad enough to have one, let alone two. And I'm going to discuss better use of ratepayers' money. So the first key resilience, climate change and AF8, that's the Alpine Fault, are going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And I've got evidence to back that up. I don't have time in a 10-minute presentation to cover that. The big issue with the Alpine Fault is the main grid will go down. When the Alpine Fault hits, the generators and all the hydro stations will automatically stop as fast as they can to prevent damage. We're likely to lose transmission towers in the main grid, so South Canterbury will have zero electricity. And it's not like after Christchurch, where half of Christchurch still had electricity and the other half didn't. We'll have none, and that has major implications. This is just a summary of what it means if you haven't got electricity. And imagine some pensioner at home, they can't boil hot water for a drink. They can't heat water for a hot water bottle. They don't have electric blankets. They can't cook. The food in their freezers is going off. Now, I lived through the Christchurch earthquakes and it was absolute hell. My house had 280 grand's worth of damage. And no one will come to save you. Civil defence will be overwhelmed by at least 1,000 times. So in Christchurch, I had no water, no power, no sewage for 3 weeks. And the first experience I had from anybody in authority was when two lovely young people turned up from the council. They were armed with a clipboard and a pen. They asked me, was I okay? I said, I think I'm coping. They ticked the box and moved on. That was it. And that's what we're going to get when Alpine Fault kicks off. Christchurch, we had 10 seconds of shaking.
Here you're going to have 3 minutes of shaking when the alpine fault goes, and it's going to be between magnitude 5 and 6 on the Richter scale, but the Mercalli scale is more important. It would pay you to understand the difference. So we cannot rely on emergency services. It's going to impact all of us, not just a few. And the Local Government Act requires council to promote social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being. No one else has this mandate. So if council doesn't, no one else will. Well, no one else is required to take responsibility for these major emergencies that are coming our way. But the LTP budget, as far as I can find, has $0 for external climate change and alpine fault actions over the next 10 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. Even though no one's coming to save us. We need resilient systems, not just individuals. We've got 3 days' supply of food in our supermarkets. The alpine fault is likely to create landslip dams which are likely to fail, which are likely to cause floods down the main rivers, which will take out the bridges, which will prevent replenishment of food in the supermarkets. Having lived through Christchurch earthquakes, those supermarkets will be stripped of food in a matter of hours. We've got to collectively understand these threats, and it's unrealistic to expect anybody in this room to get your head around it. It's a huge challenge. You've got hundreds of issues, and going to 3 or 4 short presentations on climate change and alpine fault won't cut it. I've spent decades understanding this stuff, and I learn new stuff every day. It's a massive threat we've got coming our way. So, in my view, we need a pool of experts who do understand this and who can advise us. So my recommendations on resilience, you've probably heard these before. I think TDC need to lead the establishment of a resilience trust or similar, and that needs to be 3 to 5 credible leaders, people who are trusted in our community, and I would include some of the people around this table. That trust will then contract resilience, climate change and alpine fault experts to look at the hundreds of millions of dollars of issues that are beyond the ability for most of us to understand, come up with recommendations to our entire community, and then support our community and support others to lead those projects. So that's the key issues around resilience. So I'm asking a budget of 2% of TDC's annual expenditure to achieve that, and that 2% is a lightweight number for what's required if we look at the hundreds of millions of dollars of threats. Ratepayer money matters. I'm opposed to the theatre, hugely opposed to the theatre. Why is that? I'm not anti-arts and culture. I've got 3 music diplomas. I played in the National Youth Orchestra. I've stage managed children's theatres in Christchurch. We've got beautiful original artworks at home, and my dissertation for my master's was dating the Kaiapoi Pa in conjunction with the museum. I've been very privileged to have access to those sort of experiences. But people don't understand 57 million. There's a lot of research that say once you get above 1 million, people don't understand any number bigger than that. So 20 million sounds the same as 57 as anything else. So we need to put numbers into forms that people can understand. So here's one way of doing it. If we stop the theatre project, there'll be no rates rises for 5 to 6 years. That's what the numbers add up to, and I've got the evidence to back that up. The next one is probably the most profound one. If we consider 40,000 visits to the theatre complex over the next 30 years, that's the subsidy ratepayers are paying for every one of those visits. So every visit to the theatre or the museum is being subsidised to the tune of $45 over 30 years. That's 4 times higher than the Sea Bay swimming subsidy. And that number's misleading, because of those 40,000 visits, 20,000 are already happening at the fantastic program run by the museum. So if we spend no money on the theatre complex, we'll still have those 20,000. So effectively, you're spending $57 million on the other 20,000, most of whom will be at the theatre. So that means that the theatre user subsidy is actually $90 per visit, per theatre attendee, every year for the next 30 years. You put that in front of Timaru ratepayers and say, most of you aren't going to use the theatre. Are you happy to fund every visit to the theatre to the tune of $90 every year for the next 30 years, I guarantee over 80% of your ratepayers would say, hell no. The theatre project uses 10 years of arts and culture and heritage money. Where's the list of all the other culture and heritage projects that money could be spent on? I guarantee if the council went out to the public and said, we've got 57 million to spend on arts, culture and heritage, tell us what projects you've got, I guarantee you'd get 200 within a week. So at the moment, if you spend all the money on the theatre, there's no money for other projects throughout the district. How does that feel, Geraldine? Tamuka? Pleasant Point? How does that feel to people who are running different arts and culture projects? What about future projects? This next slide is based on replies I had to formal questions to council. The theatre is probably not recoverable after 3 minutes of the alpine fault shaking. It's designed to the current building standard, which will be out of date within a year or two. The new standard requires a design to allow for 50% greater earthquake shaking. The current design is designed to protect the people in the building. It is not designed to protect the building. You need to understand that. So it's likely that when the alpine fault cracks off, you will lose all investment in the theatre, the whole lot. And you've got a 1 chance in 3 in the next 20 years of losing that through the alpine fault. Would you invest in your own house on that basis? I think not. And yet the LTP has delayed acknowledged vital infrastructure projects. One of the big problems with the alpine fault is we're going to lose a lot of the buried infrastructure, as our infrastructure team knows. We need to fix that. We need to strengthen it. So please don't spend our money on the fragile theatre. So summarising the investments, terminate the theatre, cut rates to 5% a year. There'll be 22% instead of 50% over 4 years, 63% instead of 100% over 10 years. Please allocate 2% of expenditure to establish a resilience trust and bring forward infrastructure projects. So final slide. On the left is your draft LTP, a massive at-risk spend on a single project with a $45 visit subsidy. I think it's $90 ratepayer subsidy. On the right, we can spread that money throughout the district over many, many projects. On the left, rates rises 50% in 4 years, 100% in 10 years. On the right, you can see the lower rates. On the left, limited, clear information about climate change and AF8. On the right, you get a set of trusted projects coming through from the Resilience Trust. On the left, we continue to be very fragile. On the right, a stronger district. On the left, delayed infrastructure. On the right, we have vital infrastructure projects back on track. Thank you.
Phil, if you want a quick question. We had a question over here. Councillor Burt, did you have a question? No, any further questions? Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, and thank you for submitting. AF8 has, there is a body of work happening that's helping with collaboration with organisations, and I just see Emergency Management Southland, Canterbury, Otago, West Coast, Nelson, Tasman and Marlborough all included. I don't see that South Canterbury is included unless we fall under the Canterbury. This also works with EQC and different universities. So one would have a level of comfort that these specialist people are collaborating together to help build some resiliency within our...
Yeah, in the interest of time, we work with CEDAM. That's probably more a question for officers, etc., I think.
Yeah.
But, yeah, good.
So there is just a level of comfort that there is people working on this to help build.
That's for after the event, and in Christchurch, I lived through it. I tell you, they will be overwhelmed by a factor of 1,000. They will not be there. We have to fix the resilience so that we don't need the emergency services. We need to have food systems that do not need emergency services. Please, I've lived through it. It's absolute hell.
Question for me, Phil, we're just, short on time. Is there examples across the country of a resiliency type trust working now?
I don't have one, but I can find one if you would like that. How soon do you need it?
Oh, I'm tied up for the next 3 days, so... But no, it'd be interesting to have a look.
Oh, look, absolutely, and there is resilience work being done, specifically in the UK. I mean, they handle it in the COBRA committee, which it answers to Parliament. So there's all sorts of different levels at which such trusts have been set up, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Look, thank you for your passion. Appreciate that, Phil. You had me dreaming about climate change over the weekend. I woke up with my gumboots on this morning, so no worries. Appreciate that. All righty, we are back to Nathan Hull, which the submission is on page 384 of, I think, roughly, when I say a number, it'll be roughly, and on behalf of Rooney Group. And no presentation, just talking to your submission. Welcome, Nate.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak. The details in the submission, so I'll just touch on sort of some key points and the theme, and happy to answer any questions afterwards. So we made a detailed submission in 2023 on this matter, and the concerns raised then are still relevant now. Setting RMA fees and charges is different from other fees council sets. There is a test in the RMA that must be met. Fees must meet the reasonable costs of the service sought. Council cannot simply increase RMA fees as part of a broader approach to increase fees to return more revenue. Unfortunately, this seems to be the case here without sufficient supporting information available. The increases proposed are significant on the back of significant increases made in 2023, further increasing 15 to 20%. While Council has indicated a preference for 90% user pays and 10% rate funding for its RMA fees, the activities funded by the changes need to be activities that you can charge for, such as time and corporate overheads. This is to ensure the charges are reasonable in relation to the activity being sought by the applicant. The fact that the District Plan Administration draft revenue and financing policy includes LIMS, a non-RMA function, and public inquiries means that, as an example, applicants for resource consents are being charged for more than the reasonable cost of processing their applications, and they are covering part of the cost of other planning group functions. The revenue and financing policy as drafted is too broad to determine the RMA fees and charges to meet the test in section 36 of the RMA. The benefits of subdivision and land use consents can extend well beyond a direct benefit to the person seeking the consent, as the activity will often relate to a building or development project that other businesses benefit from. Council needs to recognise the broader benefit to the community when setting its RMA fees and charges. The proposed fee for a permitted boundary activity is an example of a fee that does not appear to reflect the reasonable cost of the processing work undertaken by council staff. This charge has gone from an average cost of $233 in 2019-20 to $525 in 2021-22. The fee was increased to $640 in 2023 and is now proposed to increase 17.2% to $750. This is an everyday example of Council's approach to broadly increasing fees and charges where it would appear the charge far outweighs the reasonable cost of the service. And this is the type of activity that applies to everyday mum and dad people that will be applying for those applications. We seek that Council does not increase any RMA fees and charges on the basis that there is simply not enough information available to support the proposed increases and to show that the legislative test in the RMA has been met. Thank you.
Questions for Nathan? I've probably got more questions for officers for Wednesday in regard to this submission, so everyone comfortable? No, all good. Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate that. Let's have a look. 10:40. Jeremy's not here yet, is he? No, that's cool. Julia, on behalf of South Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Network? No. No, that's all right. Barb, do you mind jumping up? Welcome, Barb. Yep, there we go. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's great to have the opportunity to speak to you about the long-term plan. First of all, I'd really like to commend Mayor Nigel and councillors, some more than others I think, but who really got involved in the meetings and all of the stuff you got out and did, which I think was really great. I realise you still get complaints about you're never seen anywhere, but I think you were really, really visible and it was great. You were across social media, you were out in the community, schools. That was brilliant, and trying to meet all age groups in the community. So I really commend you on that. Just a few things. I really enjoyed the councillors' videos that I saw, so I thought I'd just let you know. You've all read the submission, it's pretty uninteresting, but just the things from your videos that really struck me. Scott, I really loved your A Better Reflection of Who We Are. And I think that's absolutely true. We have so much talent in our community. It's not just the underground stuff. We have to do the other stuff as well. Absolutely agree. And Sally, connected communities, you know that I feel really strongly about that too. And that's a really good time to perhaps pop in. I'd really love you to revisit the accredited living wage employer. I think that's part of having connected communities, is that people have enough to live on. And also you wanted us to be leading the way and being environmentally responsible and sustainable. And you know that that's something that I really feel strongly about too. Growing our community wellbeing is essential, and helping to reduce social isolation. That's all part of resilience, is having a community that will stick together and come together. Councillor Scott, you did say we had so much to offer, and we do need to look forward, and we need to be challenging and inspirational. And I think you also mentioned sustainable development so communities can thrive, and having social and cultural cohesion is a really important part of that. It's not just business. There's so much more to it than that. I don't think people will move here because our water pipes are good, but they might move here because we've got a really vibrant and thriving community where people feel welcome and they feel they have things to do and things to give and things to receive. And OJ, you are so right. Less is not an option. It really isn't. Well done. We do need infrastructure and community infrastructure. The two go hand in hand. And Michelle, yes, we do need to take on debt. There's no denying it. You're absolutely right. And Nigel, we do have all the tools. We can do it. So I'd really like to give a big mihi to Silka here, who I think one of the reasons you got so many submissions is that Silka off her own bat organised a bit of an evening to help people learn how to make a submission, and that it wasn't hard. So big mihi to Silka for that. That's an outstanding community thing to do. So that's the bouquets. Might be the odd brickbat coming. I'm a little disappointed that in 3 years there are some things that were consulted on and there's just been no action or very little action. I find that really disappointing, and I can see why some people don't want to make a submission because they feel there's no point, because you get all enthusiastic and all this great stuff's going to happen and nothing happens, and that's really disappointing. And if that happens over and over again, you'll get less and less engagement. Things like the theatre. Now, I'm a real fan. I think we really need a theatre. I'm not hell-bent on it being right there or in that building, but I think we really do need an investment in a space of some kind that's big. And I don't see a theatre as something for the elite at all. I see a theatre as an amazing community asset that everybody can use. School concerts, the kids' ballet at Christmas, you know, where all the kids from the ballet schools come together, prize givings, and all of the shows that we're not getting at the moment because we don't have a venue. Makes a lot of people go to Oamaru. Another couple of things I'd just like to add my support to. One of them is having a relook at the in-house biodiversity expertise. and restoring the Biodiversity Fund to $100,000. I think protecting te taiao shouldn't lose importance because of the council of the day. It's worth remembering that the environment supports the life of all of us, and we neglect it at our peril. And speaking of taonga, I am entirely against, and was actually quite disturbed to read, that someone has suggested the words "English is the prime language of council" be added to a statement of principle. And can I just say, I hope I never see those words on any documentation from this council, because that is just not right. It smacks of colonisation, and it's such a step back in time. So I'm hoping you're not considering that. So in conclusion, I just urge you to prioritise climate action. You know I feel strongly about that. Support for arts, culture and heritage, and resilience building efforts with your long-term plan this year. They're not only interconnected issues, and they're fundamental to everyone's well-being and sustainability, but addressing them does also meet your requirements under the Local Government Act 2002. Together, I think we can create a really amazing place that's sustainable, it's vibrant, people want to move here. We'll have clean water as well. And that's it. Thank you. Thanks for the chance to speak.
Thank you, Barb. Thank you. Questions for Barb? Councillor Booth.
I guess I'm just thinking about the theatre, and when we initially consulted, it was around 26 million, and you're probably involved in that. But also you're involved in the CBD and the city hub. So if you knew that it was going to be $57 to $60 million, would you prefer to have the CBD revitalised and rebuilt, or would you prefer to have a theatre?
I wouldn't particularly go for one with the exclusion of the other, especially since having some of the city town work, the city hub work, it's kind of modular. It's not just, right, let's go and just do this massive thing. It was modular, so it could be pieces added at different times, which actually really appealed to me, and there was quite a lot of testing of things, which I think is a great idea. The theatre certainly skyrocketed, and we have some of the blame for that must be in the delays that have been caused, because it would have been a lot cheaper if it had just been done at the time. I don't have any particular love for that building itself, but understanding that it's a heritage building and that comes with rules of its own, and that might, yeah. But no, I'm not a one or the other.
Further questions from the floor? Sorry, one from me, Barb. What if there's one thing in regard to the climate work that we haven't done, what's the top of your frustration list with council?
Well, frustration-wise, I think looking at the work that Phil had done with all of, and I know, Michelle, you've been involved in that too, with the climate change group and things, such a massive amount of work that talked to so many people in the community about what was important to them, and people gave really freely of their information, and it feels like that's been brought to council and they've just kind of gone whoosh, like that, which is actually a little bit upsetting, because that's a lot of work from a lot of people across the spectrum. It wasn't all greenies. There were all kinds of people that talked to Phil about that, and that's valuable, valuable information, and I would have loved to see that be acted on and supported by council, who took it and said, this is really valuable, we're going to get together with some other organisations and we're going to do something with this, and we're going to build this into our long-term plan, into everything we do. And so that's kind of my disappointment, and I know that it is shared. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you, Barb. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming. Lovely to see you.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Don't have those others here. Who's here, sorry? Julia. Oh, online. Fantastic. Awesome. Welcome, Julia. And Julia's speaking on behalf of Betty Ann Smart and the South Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Network. So you've got 10 minutes and save some time for questions. Pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. Mayor, councillors and senior management, I'm the chair of the Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Group. We're now formally one entity, a joined up voice for recreational horse riders across Canterbury, and we sit under the New Zealand Equestrian Advocacy Network. I've personally spoken with every TA, including Environment Canterbury, to the submission before you, slightly tweaked. The response from all has been extremely positive, with invitations to participate in regional and local safety forums. And yesterday we saw a council share for the first time a social media post that included horse riders alongside cyclists. The Department of Conservation is thrilled to have a one-stop shop, point of contact for information in and information out. And we're now engaging with riders to share our views on improvements that can be made by DOC. There's also support for the work that we're doing with from Riding for Disabled Christchurch, Equestrian Sport New Zealand, Crown entity Hirangun Anuku, as well as unanimous support from Huranui Trails Trust, which champions the council's walking and riding strategy. These groups are right behind our legitimate and respectful request for decision makers to include and give equal consideration to equestrians, like it's done with cyclists and walkers in new and existing trail development, spaces and places, and road safety. Now, I know you've heard this message before. There was a letter delivered via Horses and Riders in March 2022 from your passionate horse riding constituents. You've also been asked for the past 5 to 10 years for council to include horse riders in trail development that could be multi-use, and they've asked for signage on a few trails they have secured permission to ride from within community. And there have been repeated attempts to determine the justification for an illegally locked gate preventing public access. Years of asking, participating in the admission process and community boards. This doesn't sit well with me, because I know when I once sat in your seat, we were always looking at ways in which we could engage effectively with our community groups, and there was never a desire to exclude any group. I'd like to bring a few people into the room via a short video clip. These are the riders who share their passion for riding with their family, connect with community and explore the outdoors. The first half are from North Canterbury and the second half are from South Canterbury. Notice the difference in terrain. The difference in council attitude is the backstop. Can you please play that video clip? Thank you. A message from one of your constituents. We have no safe, enjoyable track, trail, park or forest provision. It would be good to be considered or included like cyclists and walkers so we don't have to ride on the dangerous roads. We are excluded from all trails, existing or new, and excluded from the only enjoyable and safe beach to wade and swim horses. We, the Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Group, is asking for a respectful and meaningful relationship. We ask that Timaru District Council works with all its constituents, irrespective of their mode of transport. And in return, we will participate in good faith. Thank you. Welcome any questions of clarification.
Awesome, thanks, Julian. We've got a few submissions on equestrian access, so we really appreciate that. Any questions for Julia? No, that's all right. Yes, one. Councillor Jackson.
Given that, we've had a few issues with dogs on the bay, for example, people being irresponsible, not cleaning up after them, what about for a horse? I mean, it's a lot of stuff to have to clean up. So what's your responsibility towards that, do you think?
When you refer to the bay, are you meaning Caroline Bay?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Well, there's a clear difference between dog poo and horse poo. One's quite organic, the other's not. Yes, it's a big pile, and respectfully, riders would get off their horse if it was practically and safe to, clear it off any paths for sure. But it is organic and decomposes, so yeah, it really hasn't been an issue that's been brought to light until this point. And there are shared paths, most paths that work really well around the country, and I think, horse manure isn't the primary concern. So I would hope that we could work that through. And I don't think we're talking huge numbers. And I also would say that horse riders would respect the privilege to be able to ride in a multi-use environment, and would do their utmost to keep things, clean and tidy. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be said on the other foot for dog walkers, and there's repeated messages everywhere you go on social media. So we come from a perspective of looking after the privilege to be included, because quite frankly, we haven't enjoyed that privilege, and we understand every inch requires a respectful relationship both ways.
Thank you.
I just have a follow-on question from OJ on that too, because I'm a little unsure why there's such a focus on Caroline Bay in particular, when horse riders can use many other beaches within our community. And so I'm still struggling to understand why in particular we need a focus on Caroline Bay when it's very much a pedestrian, in summer we've got young families, swimming, participating, where we have other beach areas in South Canterbury that are used by our horse riding community.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I guess you would have to maybe talk directly with those that feel quite strongly about that beach in particular, but all I can share with you is that I ride regularly at Waikuku Beach, and we have surfers, dog walkers, bikers on the beach at low tide, vehicles and dogs off the lead, and it works really well because there's mutual respect, and that's the point, where there's education and messaging and permission, and people, when they know they can expect a horse on the beach, and we're not talking huge volumes, it actually creates an enjoyable environment to see everyone, using a space respectfully. So it can be done. That's my message. It can be done. And then, if those other beaches you suggest are viable, then let's work around, publicising that and making them easily accessible. Is there a place in which people can park and safely hop onto the beach? Are they allowed to, or is there no messaging?
Yeah, part of this might be a communication strategy, I think. So we'll talk about this on Wednesday anyway. But thank you, Julie. Really appreciate that as far as taking the time to submit and coming before us today. Thank you.
Look forward to your response. Thank you.
Thank you. So we might go now to Silka, if you're okay. You've been ready for days. I love it. And thank you. I wasn't sure who was behind that writing of submissions workshop. I saw it on the Eco Centre Facebook page, so I really appreciate you doing that. Yeah. And there was, I could see by the people that were there, there was, a few probably different themes, and different interests. It wasn't, just climate, it wasn't just theatre, it was across a range of subjects. So I appreciate you doing that. But we'll pass to you for your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Silke tōku ingoa. I fell in love with this place, your place, and now also my place in 1996 when I lived on a farm as an exchange student nearby. I have seen Timaru transform itself over the last 17 years, calling it my home. It is my favourite place to live and play, and I feel like I truly have grown part of this community. Thank you for creating this cool place. A place where everyone is working hard to create a meaningful life, successful businesses, happy families, innovative industries. Today, I have high hopes. I'm hoping that you will say yes. Actually, that you might stand up, throw your hands up in the air, and shout yes too. A more unified leadership and community visibility acting on climate change. At the minimum, to follow through on previously made commitments such as funding agreed for climate change in 21, be accountable. And to create an independent and collaborative climate change action entity. Recently, I was part of a group organising a submission learning bee, and in preparation, I asked what people thought would be a good submission. People said, be positive, be solution-focused, be specific, have lots of people send a similar message, numbers count. In 21, we did exactly that. I was part of a group called Happy Healthy Timaru, who submitted on climate change with 120 signatures attached. You also received 279 submissions, which stated that council should do more, or even more, that was the wording back then, on climate change. That represented 74% of all submissions on climate change. So only 36% of people wanted you to do less. So the numbers and voices were there, especially when we consider that climate change is more difficult to engage with than voting for an exciting, cool stadium or invigorating the art gallery, which I don't oppose. I think these numbers speak, no, they boom loudly. We ask for accountability in 2021. I ask for it now again. How many voices do you need to say yes to climate action and lead us? People also said good submissions are backed up with facts. I believe my submission is factual. But to be honest, I don't think I need to tell you to suck eggs. I feel like I'm supposed to make a case, convince you in a calm, collected, and cheerful manner to proceed to the nearest exit when a tsunami is just about to hit this building. Are facts really going to make you say yes to climate change action? You know the risks, you know the predictions. That's right, we agree on the science. There is no doubt that we are already impacted by climate change here and now. So I don't know what it takes. When we value something, we choose to protect it. When something matters to us, we choose to work for it. When we know the need for urgency in making our community resilient and progressive, we choose to spend the money on it. Climate change action is not a nice to have. I get it. When it comes to climate change, we are in a pickle. Responding to climate change is not sexy. Sometimes it feels like it's selling a kale smoothie to a carnivore. It's not an exciting object or place or people which people can admire. In fact, sometimes it's quite a party pooper. I speak from experience. So fair enough that communication about climate change and showing leadership is a very tough feat. But look, I want to give you a pep talk. I really think you can do it. You are a great mix of councillors. You have so many connections to so many corners in this community. Please use it. There is an emergency, so now we get ready, we prepare. I know you have the skills, the means to inspire change within the council and our community. As well as this, you also have made a legal promise in 2018 by signing the local government leaders' climate change declaration, acknowledging the importance and urgent need to address climate change for the benefit of current and future generations. It has been 6 years. Later is too late. Action on climate change is an ethical issue. We don't have time to waste heading down political rabbit holes. We need to move away from polarized views and opinions and move together as people who care about making our region strong and resilient and progressive. Whatever the scenario, action is actually not harmful. In 2021, my boys gave some of you trees as part of our submission. They do their bit, they do pest control, they plant trees, they bike, they try to think up ways to make the visiting crested grebe and saltwater creek have babies. To be honest, it sucks. They shouldn't have to do this. Kids should play and not worry about saving the planet. That's our role. We have to take responsibility. We have to make those compromises. We have to make some really tough calls. What does it take to say yes? I mean, a total yes. Yes to leading the way in community resilience. Yes to preparing for the known and the unknown. Yes to giving our current and future generations a safe place to live, grow food and play. Our place and our people, your whānau, deserve more. I'm not a lone voice. So please make 24 the year to show leadership. Communicate open and proactively with our community about climate change action. Establish an independent, collaborative entity to implement a climate action plan and be accountable. And instead of leaving you with the image of a kale smoothie, I will leave you with a loaf of bread made from the grains our farmers have grown in this region, with the water made possible by your staff, and with a sprinkle, magic sprinkle maybe, of hope and ambition. Kia kaha.
That was a good submission. So as the teacher, I think we'll see who all your students were. Can we have a list? Thank you. So question for me, Silka. I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago. Dr. Rod Carr was speaking, and someone asked the question around local government and its role, and I think there was general agreement that, hey, it sits in our patch as far as climate change. What he said was a lot of the tools are going to come from central. And so my question is, when you've got someone in leadership space and that saying actually a lot of the tools and a lot of the work that's got to be done doesn't sit with central government, local government sits with central, how does that work then down to the likes of the Climate Change Trust and what's their role when you've got a central role versus a local role? We don't want duplication of work. We want, so what do you think those two specific roles would look like?
Too many cooks spoil the soup, I think. I guess we can wait, if you want to wait, for our government to move, but I do feel not hopeful that the speed at this point. I think local action is strong. I know it is a risk for you to invest in something which you might duplicate, but I also know regret is a very difficult emotion, and if regret turns into guilt, and I don't want to bully you into this, we can't wait for the whole world to organise. It starts here at our doorstep.
Yeah, cool, good answer. Further questions from the floor? Councillor Jackson.
Firstly, Silka, I'd just like to vouch for your bread. It's fantastic. I had some last week. It's really, really tasty. Dr. Phil came and saw us before, and by the way, fantastic submission. He said a minimum of 2% of council's budget should be allocated to taking action on climate change, but you've got 4% here, which is double the amount that he's asking for. So why have you come up with that figure of 4%? How can you justify that?
Oh man, you got me on my worst part. There was conversation in the past when I picked up the 4%. Maths is not my strong point. I will leave you, and that's why I also haven't advised a lot on what you've consulted on, actually. I recognise that I haven't answered all of your questions in my submission. I do trust you to do the numbers and to take the action to make things possible. That is not my strength. So I wouldn't, but catching me out.
No, great answer, thank you. And thank you, Silke, appreciate your leadership in this space, so thank you. I think you've driven a lot of submissions, so well done. As we sit here for 3 days, we need more carbs. Might have to go for a run tonight. Okay, so that brings us to a short break, and we need to be back here seated at 10:40. So for councillors, we'll say that's 10:37. And so, 20-minute break. Thank you. Kia ora. Welcome back, everyone. We're back online. We are. Yep. Okay. Welcome, everyone. We'll get back into it. We are now going to invite Anne Scott from Spokes Canterbury. Welcome, Anne. So you've got 10 minutes and save some time for questions. It was a really interesting read, so I'm sure there will be some, but I'll pass over to you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott tōku ingoa. I'm here speaking on behalf of Spokes Canterbury, which is a cycle advocacy group. We have about 1,200 followers, and I'll let you read the rest at some other time. I've come here to present in person because I found it's a way of actually building relationships within the various people within the council, and I've met some very interesting people behind me, which is really good. We have a lot in common. I could actually, summarise everything that people have said so far and said that this is all interrelated into resilience and strong communities. So cycling and multimodal travel. Timaru District Council has made some progress on cycling infrastructure, both commuting and recreational, but there's a lot further to go. So local cyclists are looking for the separated connections to local destinations, in particular the schools, safer road crossings, safer speeds, which I understand you've already done some things with around schools, and more investment to actually encourage modal shift. So cycling infrastructure here is mostly painted lines. You see a few children cycling to school, around about 3%, and of that, about 2% are actually biking on the footpath because it's too dangerous to bike on the road. So I've just talked to a lady here, Andrea, and her son was hit on Morgan's Road roundabout this week. So you can see that it's actually really, he wasn't hurt, but his cycle has been damaged quite significantly. So that's a real disincentive, right? Roundabouts are never good for cyclists or pedestrians, but there is ways of making them safer. The majority of cyclists around that I've seen are male, and that's another indication that it's not safe enough to cycle. When women and children have a much higher safety barrier to actually starting cycling. And many key intersections have no cycling lanes or hook turns or any safe way of getting across. And your My Way vehicles do not have cycle racks on them. Do they? Oh, I've just seen one that has it. So, apologies for that. There are lots of possibilities in terms of what can be done. And one of the things I'd like you to look at is some of the temporary cycleway connections that are being done in Christchurch and Wellington. And what makes a good temporary cycleway connection, where you can test whether there is demand or not, is solid bollards. So if a car hits it, the car gets damaged. It doesn't bend the bollard and go straight through. Smooth surfaces. It's much easier to cycle on smooth surfaces. Standard widths, slower speeds, safe road crossings. And I really would like to, for you to look at what's the best place to put something like this and give it a go. And see what happens, because when you build good infrastructure, cyclists come. There is some good recreational cycling in natural environment. Biking and that provides health and wellbeing benefits. And I'd like you to continue to develop the shared tracks that you have, wide with good surfaces. And think about accessibility for a wide range of riders. When you think about someone who's cycling on a path, you should also think about someone in an electric wheelchair, someone in a cargo bike, someone riding a trike. And often councils will put something in that is usable, and then they'll put a great big bollard at the entranceway, and you can't get in with these accessible vehicles. Well signposted is really important. Getting safely to and from tracks and providing bike parking and toilets. Here you can see at Saltwater Creek, quite a few people bike down Saltwater Creek. It's actually really narrow. Would you actually allow your 8-year-old to bike down there where the path is actually really narrow and slippery and other people with dogs and everything else is going there? And when you slip away, you slip down into the river. And then you look at the great work that the Central South people are doing in terms of the cycleway to Pleasant Point, for instance. But it starts in a car park. You need a car to get there, really, because it's actually really difficult to get from Timaru to Washdyke in a safe way. Reducing speeds. Now, I understand you're doing some good things about reducing speeds, and that's really good, and I encourage you to do as much as you can. You're starting with schools, but start putting neighbourhoods. In every case, for instance, the Christchurch CBD, when we went from 50 to 30, that has reduced deaths and serious injuries by 46%. That means 19 people went home and didn't know that they were going to have a death or serious injury to themselves and all the flow-on consequences to their families. Safer slow speeds. You'll know about this as well, that when you start, when a child gets hit at 30k, they have an 80% chance of survival. When they're hit at 50k, they have a 20% chance of survival. So there's lots of challenges and opportunities. It's kind of sad that this government has put the co-funding of active transport in doubt. And that the current government policy on transport focuses on vehicles. And just as a quote from the minister, he said, walking or cycling infrastructure should only take place where there is either clear benefit for increasing economic growth or clear benefit for improving safety and demonstrating volumes of pedestrians and cyclists already exist. But I'd like to say that actually that doesn't work. You actually have to build the safe infrastructure first. Once you build it, they will come. And Christchurch has seen that. You know, we've seen that we've actually had a 35% increase in cycling in the last 5 years. And every time a new piece of safe infrastructure opens, we get more cyclists. They don't divert from other places, they increase. And then you get communities who start saying, oh, well, I cycle here and I want to cycle there. And so it sort of grows a community of support. I would strongly say that the 1 million per annum is the minimum that you should be putting in. You should also be thinking of 2 to 3 million on top of that, so that you are building a safe, reliable, alternate way of getting around. Someone earlier this morning talked about the earthquakes and AF8. Well, I'm from Christchurch and I lived through those too. And the only way to get around in the east was to cycle because the roads were munted. And it's likely that's going to happen here as well. So it's about building it's also about building strong communities, because it's too late to build the relationship when the disaster happens. You've actually got to have those relationships now, and people matter. Thank you very much. Any other? Oh, please build for current and future generations.
Thanks, Anne. Really good. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you for your submission. And what are your thoughts about sharing the cycleways with the horses?
That's an interesting one. I've got background in horses as well. I think that you've got, it very much depends on the trail. If it's a trail, yes. If it's a separated cycleway in town, no. So it's horses for courses, really. You know, it's like it's like Caroline Bay. I mean, you should allow them in the wintertime, but not in the summertime, you know. It's sharing. Everybody shares resources. So when you build a cycleway, you build it for the person who wants to put their electric wheelchair down it. You build it for the commuters who are going to go fast in the morning. You build it for the children who go to school in the next tranche. Every tranche, you know, and the scooters and everything else. It's not for one thing, it's for everybody to share. And as part of that, you've actually got to put the training in as too. So you should be training children to cycle, you should be training children about how to, all the road rules, you know, those, and training people to actually be good citizens.
Thanks, Anne. I found your submission really enlightening, actually, and it made me go searching for cycle maps within our community. I live rurally, and I have 4 children who don't even have a bike because they're on school buses or they use public transport around Timaru. I am the generation of biking to school. Like me and Nigel, we lived in the same community and you had to bike everywhere, otherwise, mum was never going to drop you somewhere. So 100% acknowledge that kids aren't cycling as much as they probably used to 30, 40 years ago. For me, when I looked up our Timaru District website, the cycling maps were there. I found a really good section of our website around where to safe cycling and some really good maps and tracks.
Yes.
And so your submission sort of suggests that it's not really up to, it's not really, what was the words, have not been updated since July 2021, and it'll be a question I will ask officers on Wednesday. But do you think we could do better, obviously, in that space at promoting our cycling tracks? Because I thought our website was quite good.
So I came in cold.
Okay.
And I tried to find where I would go, and I really did struggle. But then I suppose I also don't know the area really well, and a lot of cycling is finding all of those shortcuts and safe places to go so that you stay off the main roads. And I didn't really find that. I think the recreational cycling, I found a lot more about that than about where to go with the recreational cycling. But I didn't find that, have a look at the Christchurch cycle map, for instance, and see that it's got a whole lot of options. Now, and I really suggest that you do look at that. But if it's working for you, and so it's working for locals, it's the locals that matter.
Perfect, thank you. We don't have any more time, but I appreciate you coming down in person. I agree, it really makes a difference, so thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Alrighty, move now to Drew Brown from Arari River Protection Group. And that is around 156.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to submit on the long-term plan. Just a very brief word to you all about who we are. We are a group that started in 2003 to oppose a proposed dam in the Arari Gorge, or just below the Arari Gorge. We were successful in stopping that, and as a result of this process, we helped instigate a very wide range of studies on the river, its ecosystems, as well as its aquifer system. The group is still very involved, trapping pests and weeding invasive plants. And we're very proud that we actually instigated an integrated management plan that was used as a basis by the group for the OTOP Zone Committee with its deliberations and advice to the Regional Council. The committee, which included us, of course, included farmers and a wide range of the community members. So we became quite an integrated group within the community because of this action. And we learnt a huge amount about working with the community and also with regional council and local council as well. Our mission really is to sustain and protect and enhance the natural character and ecological values of the Arari River catchments for now and for future generations, and to provide a safe and appropriate balanced recreational, educational, cultural and historic opportunities as well, and also to advocate for greater protection for the upper Arari River and catchments in the district and regional plans, and for the use of the Arari River catchment management strategy in future plans. So we've been pretty active over the years. It's 21 years now. We do a lot of trapping, we do a lot of weeding, and it's all run by volunteers, our community group. We get all our funding through applications to community grants and also, from ECAN as well. So we have about 60 paid members and about 15 active trappers. So we're pretty active. And I think we've been very successful in holding back the tide of predator movement in the area. We've also been pretty active in involving community members as well. In terms of the long-term plan, we're strongly supportive of the Council's intention to invest in the future through the projects that support the growth and well-being of the community and the environment. We agree strongly that healthy ecosystems lead to healthy living environments. We've been actively taking part in that and pushing it and trying to make it work in our own small way. And we have really found that with the youth that has worked with us and also other members of the community of all ages and groups, it's been an extremely healthy way of enhancing their lifestyle as well. The long-term plan community wellbeing outcome and your sustainable environment enhanced lifestyle section makes, to us, very gratifying reading. We have been extremely impressed with the council's support of Peel Forest Outdoor Centre. And through that support, we can see this support for the community in an enhanced learning in an enhanced environment. So we feel that's in it. We are very gratified by that and we're very supportive. We strongly agree that the council statements of the plan to form partnerships and policies to protect and regenerate our native flora and fauna. We strongly support the ethic in the plan that states will foster a strong connection between our people and environment, connecting citizens. And we believe that, again, is a very healthy approach. And over the last 21 years or so, we found that this is quite a new approach from the TDC, if I might say so. It seems to be an approach that has grown in maturity in the council and the attitudes towards the environment and small groups that support the environment. So we're very gratified by that. However, we do submit that we wish to see the council further strengthen and authenticate its resolve by including within its plan a much more defined and designated environmental project outcomes. To be honest, over the last 21 years until recently, we felt we haven't really had a connection with the Timber Council at all, apart from having to go to the council to question some consents that we argued with, some applications and that we felt should not have been consented. And that's the only relationship we've had up until recently. But this long-term plan, your statements, is a completely different feel to it, and we highly support that. But we do feel that if you guys moving forward with this in the plan, you really need to have a more defined projects, defined way of doing it in more detail, so that it becomes more authentic for us in terms of connection. So we do submit that the council should invest more in investigating and contacting local community and environmental groups and make far stronger connections. We judge that the outcomes will be the sharing of knowledge and resources and aspirations and far more efficient outcomes for everybody. You've stated in the plan that its role as guardian of a natural environment is to practice kai tai kitanga. To that end, we submit that the council must have a much more effective biodiversity department. We have had some pretty poor responses in the past to our objections, and nothing has happened because there was effectively no biodiversity officers, effective biodiversity officers with statutory powers. To that end, we do submit that you have qualified officers maintaining consenting standards and be effective in ensuring the consents are valid and adhered to. It is vital that this department would be instrumental in receiving and monitoring complaints about abuse of the environment, enabling TDC to have justified and valid statutory powers to ensure compliance. Within the significant forecasting assumptions, that's the 2.4 resource consents, the plan recognises the need for mitigating risks. Although this monitoring compliance with existing resource consent conditions will provide a record of compliance for future processes and renewals, there is actually no functioning biodiversity compliance mechanism. And we suggest that's a huge gap. And it also creates a complete gap between us as groups and yourselves, who we see as future partners. We also strongly support the TDC as governance leader, advocate and enabler to work closely with the community to understand potential impacts and identify responses. We look forward to the climate change response plan, but we submit that the community should have an input and be consulted at every level. We submit that it should be noted that many community environmental group members have a deep and detailed knowledge of the natural processes that may be exacerbated by climate change in their particular locality. In a summary, we accept that the LTP in its present format makes general statements of intent regarding the environment and biodiversity. However, there is positive and clear intent, and we support that. We hope that TDC will have the capacity to create strong working teams to ensure that the intent is realised. Finally, we petition for stronger and more direct connection with community groups who are working towards the same goals and awareness of their potential as partners on the same journey. That's really it.
Brilliant, thanks, Drew. We've got time for one question. Michelle.
Just a quick question. You talked about some resource consents and some concerns around them being monitored correctly. Can you just give me an example of what kind of consent? Because I just want to get clear in my mind the difference between TDC and ECAN.
There was some consents given to a local farm. I won't go into name names or details, but we were very unhappy with the consents that were given. And we went back to council about some of those consents, and we got some pretty vague answers. And this is some time ago, 15 years ago. TDC, yeah. We also had another occasion where a farmer accidentally completely oversprayed his property into some very fragile and precious flora, which were in turn protecting a lot of the animal life and fauna there. We went to TDC, the fact that this was an event that should never happen. In fact, really the council should have actually taken action to investigate the damage done. However, the council would not investigate because it did not have a biodiversity officer. And it was just hands up in the air. It was a Gallic shrug. There was literally, we can't and won't do anything about it because we don't have the right people to do it. In the end, there was actually no action taken, although there was a massive amount of damage done to a protected area. And it was really, we went away from that particular experience feeling that, this is some time ago now, that unless, there was actually no point in including TDC in any complaint process for which it had responsibility. So we don't feel that this present council or this present organisation as it is now would tolerate that.
Thank you. So we can pick those up again on Wednesday. Thank you, Drew. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
So we move now to Chris and team. So we've got South Canterbury Drum League first, followed by Age Concern. Thank you. Welcome. Floor's yours.
Tēnā koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. And just as an introduction, I just really want you to imagine this. Outside, it's pretty cloudless. Maybe it's a moonless night, chilly winter evening. Inside, considerably warmer. You know it's a drama league, so we've got to tell a story, okay? Okay? But it's still dark inside. And there's this nervous young singer on stage. And slowly, a bright light, first at his toes and his feet and ankles, and gradually works its way up his knees and thighs, his skinny little hips, and finally fully brightens his face, just as we hear his the chilling sound of a boy soprano. You always know a boy soprano, they have this sort of very amazingly flawless, very pure sound. Is it worth the waiting for? If we live till 84, now who can tell me what the musical that came from? Alice got it first time. Okay, so I sure hope so, it's worth waiting for. And if you know your musicals, you'll recognise that as the opening lines from the hit show Oliver. Okay, our lead actor, young Oliver, is on stage and is wowed by the grandeur, and he's just thrilled to be appearing on the big stage for the first time. That rush of excitement, that accomplishment that's going to stay with him for a very long time. And by the way, the year I'm talking about is 2027. So I'm not trying to be too ambitious here. We are at Whare Whakari Arikeho, the new Theatre Royal, and the South Canterbury Drama League is celebrating their centenary, 2027, with a production of the much-loved show Oliver. And a whole generation of performing, we're staging Oliver. The last time the Drama League staged a musical at the Theatre Royal, our young Oliver wasn't born. So there's been this whole generation of performing artists who have missed the opportunity of being on stage at the Theatre Royal in the big theatre. As you know, and I've said it in our submission, that the South Canterbury Drama League is the heart of community theatre in the region. We have a very strong membership base. We have a hugely varied program covering many genres, live performances, readings, original works, lots of education, training for all ages. Our next show, Anne of Green Gables, has a cast of 39 aged from 7 to 70. Seasoned performers to novices on stage for the first time. As a key stakeholder and major user of the Theatre Royal, we absolutely support its completion. And like many others, we've been very frustrated by the delays, the sort of repricing, and perhaps the lack of transparency. When this project was first started about, I don't think any of you were here sitting in the roles that you are now. Oh, maybe you were. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry, Pete. Yeah, but this was first started about actually back in 2014, and then 2017, 2018. 2017, we didn't run a show because we were told the theatre was going to be closed that year. It's been a long time, and we are very, very supportive of the process, and we're very hopeful that we'll see some tangible progress very soon, and we can start planning to hold our centenary show and celebrations at the Theatre Royal. And I just want to make a few further points, and they're all based on the assumption that this project is going to go ahead. So my concern really is how it's going to operate. Who knows what the overall demand for the theatre will be and theatre seats. Has there been any forecast of the actual number of days that it's going to be used, of the seats that might be actually taken up when it's used? On Friday night, I went to Ashburton. I'm not sure if I saw any of you there, but I definitely saw a lot of people from Timaru at Les Mis, a top-class production. Loved it. Well done, Variety Theatre Ashburton. One of the exec members of Variety Theatre said to me after the show, she was just so thankful that so many people from Timaru had supported the show. And many of their performances are sold out. And actually, on Saturday night, I went to another show, this one in Christchurch at the Town Hall, where Dawn French was entertaining 2,000 odd people. And plenty of Timaru people there as well, I might say. So it would be great to think that with a theatre finished here, we could have somebody like Dawn French coming and selling to a packed out Theatre Royal show. And we could. The point that I'm really trying to make is that despite some sort of, I think, very dodgy anti-theatre marketing techniques, there is plenty of interest in the performing arts, and there is plenty of interest in live theatre and events that we could stage at the new Theatre Royal. As we've outlined in our submission and reflected in our own operations, with no Theatre Royal, we've had to significantly change the way that we operate. There is a big demand for playhouse facilities, and this is our manager here, many of you will know, Charlene Diamond. We're there pretty much every day of the year, or somebody's doing something there, and we now operate 12 months of the year, either doing our own shows or outside shows or outside hires for training or education. One show finishes and it packs out in the Sunday morning, and the next show is actually being packed in the afternoon. We frequently must move our rehearsals to other locations because we haven't got enough facilities there. And despite this, we've got despite the demand for theatre, we're not exactly sort of a rich organisation or anything. We, in fact, used to rely a great deal on running shows at the Theatre Royal. Now we have our 100-seat theatre, the Playhouse, which is actually only 1/10 of what the Theatre Royal was. We pack in 1,000 people to a 10-season show. That's one night at the Theatre Royal. And so you can see that the economics of doing a show at the Playhouse and at the Theatre Royal are very different. A lot of the costs are actually very similar. We know what it takes to run a successful theatre operation, and we believe it will take several years once the Theatre Royal is open and up and running to rebuild the audience that we might have had back in the late 2017, 2018, when the theatre was still around. It's going to take quite some time to actually get people, re-educate them so that they're not just going to one-off shows once every 2 or 3 years, but they actually understand the value of going out for a night at the Royal, be it drama, choir, dance, whatever, 3, 4, 5 times a year. So Timaru District Council, start learning your cues and your scripts so that when the curtain does go up, you've got the best plans in place to run that Theatre Royal as a great performance venue, and so people will want to attend theatre, not just once in a generation perhaps, but 2, 3, 4 times a year. And you don't want to be like Fagin's final line in Oliver. I actually played Fagin once in the show. So his final line, the final line of the show is, I think I better think it out again. So that's what you don't want to do. So thank you. Any questions?
Questions, team? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much for your submission, guys. Very dramatic too, which of course we would expect. I just want to ask about the future sustainability of the South Canterbury Drama League without having access to a major theatre like the one that's proposed, how do you see the future of the South Canterbury Drama League? Is it sustainable?
Well, I'm not contemplating that because this theatre's going to go ahead. So if we just speculated as to what might happen. At the moment, we are really struggling. We have sort of run down our reserves over the last few years because we have a $6 million facility, but we actually haven't got the funds to actually support a $6 million facility because we used to use the Theatre Royal as our opportunity once every year or maybe every 2 years to build up a buffer that we could use to operate. It was still operating income, but it was just that gives you a much bigger chance to have a substantial income from a big show, whereas the theatre, the Playhouse, we just scrape by basically. So and everything's gone up so much. It's just like so. So I don't know whether that sort of fully answers it, but we would struggle. We would have to really look at how we do things. We're just an amateur organisation. We don't have sort of lots of professional sort of staff looking into these things for us. But yeah, so I don't know whether that answers what you're saying. Yeah.
Righty, thank you. So we've only got time for that one, so we'll move. Got to be. Yeah, no, but we've got.
I'll cut into my next one.
You okay with that? Yep. Okay. We can't go over time. We've got to. So if you want a question, you've got to get in early. But we'll go to Stacey quickly and Pete, but quick.
Just got a question. Thank you for your submission. In your submission, you said that you're willing to contribute to all project aspects, including the scoping and planning of the theatre operations. Have you been involved in that over the previous months?
No, but we would be willing to contribute.
Perfect. With inclusion. Oh gosh, you can audition for Fagan in 2027.
Great.
Sorry, quick question, and then we need to keep going.
Just the size. It's 1,000 seats. I mean, I just see there's a new theatre being built in Christchurch, and I think they've got 2 theatres, one about 500 and one about 120 seats. Is 1,000, or whatever size we're doing, is that real? Okay. Are we going to fill it up, or is it going to get used?
Okay, that's a good question. So the old Theatre Royal had 1,000 seats. The new proposed one, I think, is around 800. I'm not sure of the exact number. In my view, that's probably too many. I think around sort of 600-700 is a much better number. So you're talking about the new Court Theatre, and it's a 500-seat theatre. So, yeah. And just while I'm on that, basically, I went to 2 shows, as you've said. The Ashburton Theatre has great seats, and they're very comfortable, and there's plenty of room. The Town Hall in Christchurch has pokey wee seats that are very uncomfortable, and, yeah, not the ones we want to have in the theatre.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll move on now to your age concern submission. Right. Thanks, Charlene.
Right. Alice is just going to join me. So Alice is one of the team at Age Concern, and I'll just get my paperwork in order here, sort of thing. Right, okay. Right. So the key things that I really want to talk about are the population and the big demographic shift. I know some of you will know that, and I know that I've been to some of the public sessions around the long-term plan, and it has been talked about. It is a dramatic shift. I don't want to use that term, do I really? It is a big shift in our population that has been going on for the last 40 years. As you would see in my submission, that 40 years ago, the over 65 population of Timaru was about 10% of the population. In 10 years' time, it's going to be about 29%. Nearly 1 in 3 people And I know that there are a number of things done within the council to address that population shift. I just don't think we're doing enough, and we're not doing it fast enough. There is, just think of the services that we need for an increase in older people just in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. You know, it's, we're running out of opportunities to actually do something, so that when this further increase arrives in 5-10 years' time, we've got things in place. So that's I think the first thing. And just again around those numbers, you know, I ran some, as you will see in my submission, I ran some numbers around dementia prevalence. Now this is just taking rough numbers and just applying it to South Canterbury or to Timaru. We've got about 400, maybe 450 people in Timaru with dementia at the moment. About 100 of those are probably dealt with through Alzheimer's, and some are in aged care facilities, but there's about 300 people in the community who are living with dementia and are not adequately supported. And I'm just using that as one example. They're not people that can easily live on their own without some level of support. And I know that there's government, some government support through the Ministry of Health and through Te Whatu Ora, but we need to step up to the mark and provide more services and more support for those people. I just have to go and get my notes here. Okay, here it is. So that's just one thing, and I guess I had particularly highlighted a few things that I think were very specific things that we should be doing. One was around access to the Bay Hall, the stage on the Bay Hall and the stage on the Sound Shell. One was around the gym at the event centre. Now, the gym at the event centre is a classic thing of this is where a service is well suited to older people. Well suited, and yet there is the consideration to take it away when that population is growing. And we're going to need more of these sorts of things, not less. And then the other thing was the age-friendly strategy, which I know was adopted last December. And I think it's great, but it just needs there needs to be a lot more oomph behind it, a lot more clout, and there needs to be a real accountability so that each year, each 3 years, whatever the cycle happens to be, it can be reviewed and we can say, how did we do? What do we need to do differently? You know, so that's I hope very useful. Please look at those population things because they're going to happen. We can't do anything about it. You know, all of you will have a parent, or most of you I think will have a parent that needs support in the community already. Any questions?
On that sobering note, any questions? Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. As you know, I'm a clinical nurse specialist in my other role, and I deal with a lot of people with cognitive impairment, dementia, and supporting them to live well in the community. Yeah. I have strong links with Rosie from Alzheimer's South Canterbury, and psychiatrist myself. I've recently set up a memory clinic to help with the diagnosis of dementia. What specifics are you thinking that we are lacking in this community when we are doing multi-agency or really trying to support these people? Where are the holes that we're missing?
Well, I mean, if I could just give you one example, basically. So somebody rang me up today and said, my neighbour used to help me do my shopping and take me shopping. Now the neighbour's moved away, I haven't got any, who can help me? There isn't actually any, and I'm just using that as one example. Whereas a person with dementia, somebody supporting them, they've got no family locally, you know, can support them. Now there might be some other alternatives, maybe able to do some online shopping, maybe able to do, you know, find a volunteer from the community to help them sort of thing. I'm just using that as one example. I mean, the other one is that the physical, and you will know this, I'm sure, that, you know, having physical exercise is a significant, significantly reduces the risk of dementia and then the impacts of dementia. And so having a way to help people exercise, whether that's through strength and balance type programs or through the gym, is another way that I think. So that's just a couple of examples, sort of thing. Yeah, is that all right?
Also, with the age-friendly strategy, which we're both involved with, do you think it would be an idea that maybe the shareholders meet annually to review the plan, review what's ongoing, what may have been achieved?
I mean, I have talked to Jess. I'm not sure if she's here, but maybe not. But I think the best way to do it is to model it the same way that it's been done in some other locations, is to have a stakeholder committee, if you want to call it that, basically, that takes charge of it and does write an annual or a biannual or whatever report saying this is where we got to, these are the things. Because that plan, that strategy, actually runs out next year, which I presume is about a year away if you do the cycle. So it needs to be reviewed, and probably not a heck of a lot has been done because it's only just been adopted. So, yeah. So that's what I would suggest, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. We can take up that one up on Wednesday as well. Appreciate that, thank you. Thanks, Ellis. Alrighty, so we are now, Dennis is with us in person. Welcome, Dennis. And I couldn't find the number for the submission. Has someone got that? What number? Oh, thank you. But, welcome, the floor is yours. What?
Your Worship, councillors, thank you for this opportunity. The council, of course, has to think ahead. That's what you're doing now. And you have to do it more so than central government. And this council in Timaru has got a good track record. And it was interesting that we led the way on the 3 bin thing. And it was also interesting speaking to an ex-mayor at that time. He said, we can't afford the 3 bins. And so I made the point that in the 21st century, we can't afford not to have the 3 bins. And so the council is on the right track. The thing that with a council, you have to have priorities, not preferences. We've heard of what people would like, and you've got the cutting edge here, it's practicalities and not populism. The infrastructure, I believe, surely should be number one. If you look at what's happening at the Caledonian grounds, the land that you have as the Timaru Council is disappearing fast. And I wondered if the council have access to the Timaru Harbour Board. They had a coastal model tank built and operated, and when I spoke to the engineer there, when I took some youngsters down, he said they were about to close it down because they'd looked ahead for 70 years, and I wondered if there's anything in that might help you. The other thing is that we've been talking about Alzheimer's. I've been here for 60 years, and climate change is a fact of life. It's not just oldies remembering, it's scientifically things, and so it has to come into your consideration. And for that reason, I think that we should shrink the debt cap. Always contentious things, where to cut make the cuts and that sort of thing. That's one of the joys of being a councillor, I suppose. There are as many unanswered questions as there are answered, and the trouble is that the costs can be unknown. If a sewage line breaks down, you've got to dig it up, and you really have no idea accurately of the sort of things. And these are the things that are breaking down and giving problems in larger cities than ours. I think that we should have higher user charges, referring to the paper you said, because moderate rates are fairer to people. And I think of the next generation. That's what I worry about all the time with this thing. What are my kids and my grandchildren going to be faced with? Are they going to have something worth their while, or are they going to have a millstone around their neck? The debt cap allows you to cope with exigencies. The Showgrounds development was led by developers who had money at mind, but you, of course, have to take the people into account, and the bill will eventually come to you after everything else is finished. I think that we need to be aware of things. You've decided to take the Majestic down, but somebody said, oh, we can do something with it. But I think we've just heard, talking about theatres, how many large buildings do we need around here? You can prop up old buildings till the cows come home. The government support will not be very much in this, because the parties are peddling their priorities, and the nature of the current parliament, it is not organised, and it's not going to give any practical support to council. We saw that in this morning's paper, that the Three Waters was a good example of that. There's yes and no on that one, but there was no compromise. Nobody thought. The councils had something, nobody thought somewhere in the middle. And probably that was caused by the waters got muddied with the parliamentary occupation. But that should have been taken somewhere with your contribution. As a householder, one of my priorities was to pay off the mortgage. And I'm therefore happy to pay my rates for the infrastructure, and I don't want any large debts for the ones who come after me. We are a small country town which does a very good job, really. We have a reasonable economy. We have got genuine keen types, besides the sentimental and the fanatics. And so I would recall an English Prime Minister who once took over, and it was after the war when everything was booming, and he was fed up with all the grizzles, and he said, "You've never had it so good." And I think we're probably doing that sort of thing now. We've never had it so good. So, as a socialist, I would just urge you to be conservative with a small c.
Thanks, Dennis. Any questions for Dennis? No, you're off the hook. Thank you, Dennis. Really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Really good fun. Good submission. Alrighty, I welcome now, moving to Jan from the Geraldine Community Board.
Good morning, everyone. I know that you've all read the submission thoroughly, so this is going to be a quick sweep through. I did want to say up front, though, I wanted to give 3 acknowledgements, and one of them is to the TDC's ongoing responsiveness to the needs and interests of our place. We are diverse. We're diverse in terrain and in demographics and in focus too. So meeting those needs and interests is not necessarily an easy thing. Also want to acknowledge the funding and the operative long-term plan for items in our strategic framework, which we greatly appreciate. And thirdly, to acknowledge that the Geraldine ward is part of something bigger, the Timaru district, and we are richer for it, us and everybody else. So firstly, then diving into it, district-wide considerations. The board agrees with the general approach to debt and to rates setting, but please look again at whatever factors they are that see Geraldine residents paying higher rates probably than the rest of the district. Additionally, we advocate for the community board targeted rate to include and to increase by $1. That rate has allowed us to devote support to projects that benefit our whole community by and large, and occasionally projects that benefit slices of our community. Fees, we agree by and large with the proposed increases in fees and charges, and most of them are increases. We would just pick out the issue of increases to land information memoranda. Please look again at these. Most particularly, it's the single residentials, but generally. And there is this situation that is pretty perverse. The argument in favour of our view is not perfect, but it's a perverse situation where other people may own this information about your property when you yourself are unable to afford it. And that's the sort of situation I think that could apply to Geraldine residents in particular, but not to exclude residents of the wider district. The Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub, we request that you drop the current form of the project and stage it. We really do want the Theatre Royal to go ahead, but the whole cost is eye-watering. So staging the Heritage Hub aspect to it is what we're after. Here also I want to say, and I'll read it out, it is with some chagrin to Geraldine residents that against a backdrop of council commitment to the Theatre Royal, formal commitment to earthquake strengthening of our own town hall and cinema is yet to come. That is of concern to our part of the district. Timaru Airport, we are aware that the exact details of the future development of the airport are unclear. We're just simply asking that provision be made for thorough consultation with the recreational aviation community. They're a bit scattered, and it would be easy to allow them to drop off the radar. AF8 and climate disruption readiness. And it was actually Phil Driver's communication that did push us to this. We're well aware of it. We had a talk about whether we wanted to include this in our submission, and we did. AF8 is going to knock us sideways. We've got to be prepared, and from my observation, there's nothing coming through the letterbox or through Geraldine News that is proportionate and addresses this issue. Remember, we're, I believe, 7 years overdue, somewhere like that. And that is not to overlook the importance of the climate disruption issue, but it's different in every way and character. Rural roading. We are simply requesting that there is sufficient room to move with respect to changes in land use. So, for example, a contractor moves into a place where that level of activity didn't exist before and there's big machinery changing the state of the road. Or, for example, a dairy unit goes in somewhere that requires use of a small rural road which has been very little used by tankers. And we're seeking simply council readiness to act in those circumstances. And as my friend Dennis Pryor said, this is a conservative submission, as you can see. We're taking a conservative approach in this. Moving on, investigation of district roading provision being brought in-house. This is simply to request that consideration. It's not to take a view of whether it'll be a good or a bad thing. And I would suggest it should consider looking at bringing it fully in-house, also keeping it fully outside the council, and at just different points in between. But please just look at it close up. Now to move on to Geraldine's specific matters, our strategic framework funding. Our community and our board has really appreciated having the strategic framework in place. Over 1,400 submissions were made. That's significant. It has brought a consistency, a stop and think, a check to us, and it fires us forward as well. So to keep it lively and alive, our community and our board would appreciate ongoing funding and similar character, what we've had available to date. What we had to date is the third year of the 3 years. At a similar level, please. Also, we'd like resourcing for a light refresh. This is not to go back to the foundations, but simply to refresh it, decide what is out, what we're keeping in, and what we want to titivate somewhat. Council-owned property, the Geraldine Town Hall and Cinema. It is entirely possible that the council has underestimated our community's love for this place, the town hall and the cinema that works out of it. Just to give you a bit of history, in the last just over 1 week, 9 or 10 days, we've had an example of a classic film in a series that brought people out in numbers. We've had a New Zealand film premiere. We've had 2 film-based fundraisers. So those big 4 events plus other scheduled screenings from within that cinema. About 10 years ago, we started a cinema trust because there was a threat to part of the operation. Within a handful of days, we had about $25,000 raised, and with that money, we ended up insulating the stage, but retaining it as a stage rather than just blocking it off. And later on, we put in a new screen. It's in our strategic framework because of the community's love for the cinema. It's a Category 2 historic. It's in its first of its 2 centenary years. This year is the centenary of the commissioning. Next year is the centenary of the opening. It's a bit of rare built heritage in the town of Geraldine, which is sadly lacking in built heritage. So our recommendation here is to please get the earthquake strengthening done, and also support community access to the cinema as far as possible. And what that means is to keep it operational as far as possible through a lease arrangement, which would admittedly have to be flexible to allow the work to be done. Moving on from that, reserve gazettal. So this is, our pockets of land which we see as reserves but actually aren't. And gazettal, the right way and at the right time, would be a safeguarding measure that ensures that the activities that take place in these reserves are appropriate and that guide decision making. Our playground is tired. It gets a lot of use. It's locals and it's out-of-towners, and it's regular and all the time. It's not in a heap on the ground yet, but it is tired. So please just keep a refresh of the playground in view in this plan. The pool development feasibility study, we accept the argument for a pool network-wide feasibility study, but please keep in view the Geraldine-specific circumstances and the purpose of the pool committee's work as part of that review. Because if you look at our pool the same way you look at the others, we're going to end up wanting a feasibility study for the Geraldine pool done our way anyway. Non-motorised recreation and commuter assets. These trails are used all the time by all sorts of people, recreationists and commuters. I suspect that it probably keeps a large amount of car parking out of the CBD, so people turn up on their bikes and on their cars going to work and school via these trails. They're much used all times of the day by walkers and bikers, runners, the bridal community, and by that I mean the horse riding people and not matrimony enthusiasts. And moving on, council-owned buildings in Geraldine, simply to request a stock take of those buildings with respect to how they deliver on statutory requirements, and in particular earthquake strengthening. And that's just so we hopefully avoid nasty surprises in the future. other Geraldine issues,
So Jan,
response
that's
to...
about time. Just
I
want to
beg-
wrap
yeah.
up and then we'll go to, we've got time for a question.
Yeah. No more time for talking from me?
No, we are
No, okay.
over now.
No, that's all
I've
right. Any
been
questions?
Fairly generous.
You've read it anyway, I
We
know.
have read your submission though, so
Yeah.
Stu, thank you.
I guess, Jan, everyone that fronts up here wants something more for us, and money's limited. So of all those things Geraldine would like, has the board prioritised what they'd like done first?
We're not picking favourites, no.
But you could see that leaves us in a dilemma because we don't have the money to deliver everything. So it would be good to know what
We have given something of a steer. We've talked time. So, for example, funding for our strategic framework items, we're suggesting go on the third year. We're simply asking, for example, that the playground feature at some point in the LTP. The cinema work, well, we want done. We don't want to see it shut. How long the cinema can continue to operate without that strengthening done, I don't know, but that will determine the time frame there. So we have included that temporal nuance in our submission, I think, as far as possible.
OJ, quick, thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to ask you about regarding particularly the playground and the pool. Has there been any interest, like from community groups locally in Geraldine, to drive some fundraising for that?
The playground, yes, indeed. It actually featured in our early planning for the sculpture trail, and then was left out of that as the focus was nuanced. We've also, we were working with VT a little, trying to get some focus on the playground from them. In the end, they determined that it wasn't what they wanted to do. There is, and it has come up at numerous points in our discussions, even including actually with respect to accessibility. We were hoping to improve the accessibility just because of the entranceway to that playground area and the pool. Once again, it didn't quite fit that budget line, but yes, we have. In terms of the pool as well, we have this pool committee. They do have a fair amount of skin in the game. They are solid, they're dependable, they keep coming back.
Perfect, thanks Jan, appreciate that. That's all we've got time for, but appreciate you submitting and being with us today. We're going to go now to online, and so we should hopefully have Nikki from Forest and Bird.
Kia ora, good morning.
Kia ora, welcome. Nikki, floor's yours.
Thank you very much. Is there a bit of an echo? Is that okay?
No, that sounds fine. Yep. At our end?
Yep, cool. Might be just at my end. Kia ora, everybody. Good morning. My name is Nikki Snoig. I'm the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird for Canterbury and the West Coast, and I'm based in Christchurch. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Just by way of background, Forest and Bird is New Zealand's oldest environmental non-government organisation, and we've just celebrated our 100th year in the business of doing all we can to protect and preserve New Zealand's Indigenous species. Our South Canterbury branch is very, very active in many flax roots conservation projects across the district, and you will know many of them as fantastic advocates for nature protection throughout the Timaru district. Forest and Bird did make a submission on your LTP, and our key focus was on funding environmental services, specifically continuing with at least the current level of funding of biodiversity funding for the district's SNA program, and preferably increasing it over the life of the long-term plan, and also on climate action and how these two topics are inherently connected with opportunities for nature-based solutions for climate resilience. On the Biodiversity Fund, as I said, please keep the funding at the current level and preferably seek to increase it over the life of the plan, so that in the immediate term the council can continue with its district-wide survey of SNAs. This council has a really awesome SNA program already, and we acknowledge it's sort of exemplary in our eyes, but we also acknowledge that it's unfinished. There's still more to be done. So to complete that and to support the land occupiers with SNAs with advice and to help funding for them to maintain and improve their SNAs. Also to engage the services of a suitably qualified in-house person to oversee the SNA and biodiversity program. We suggested that back in the 2021 LTP process, but I don't think that has happened yet. And also so that the council can continue to participate in regional and national biodiversity and biosecurity programs such as those led by the Canterbury Regional Council, including the revitalisation of the Biodiversity Strategy for Canterbury, the Biodiversity Champions Programme, the Biodiversity Advisory Groups, and the Wallaby and Wilding Forums, which are really relevant to your district, and also to continue to support local biodiversity projects. And also we seek more funding for this to more broadly investigate the role of nature-based solutions for climate resilience. And I did make a bit of a focus of this in submission. Forest and Bird congratulates the council in its intent to make climate change business as usual and to integrate a climate lens into its 30-year infrastructure plan. However, several submitters today have emphasise the need for community resilience and for disaster preparedness. We heard a similar thing from Jan just before that, and we absolutely support that. And you have also mentioned the regional and national programs that are underway to help communities mitigate and adapt to climate change and respond to the events that occur as a result of the climate change storms that we've seen in the last few years. However, with the ever-changing landscape that is central government, relying on them is fraught. Relying on them for solutions is fraught, and that experience was felt at Christchurch post-earthquake and is still being felt in Gisborne post-cyclone. That said, the central government tool at the moment is the National Adaptation Plan, which was established in 2022 under the Climate Change Response Act. The National Adaptation Plan prioritises nature-based solutions in planning and regulatory systems to address the climate and biodiversity crises together. And in my view, our local government system suggests that this should happen at a local level. So the government provides the framework and then we deal with the details down at the local level, given that local people sort of have a really great opportunity to contribute to local solutions. It is with this in mind that Forest and Bird considers that the Timaru District Council is in a really good position to investigate how nature-based solutions could be utilised and implemented at the local level and into its own 30-year infrastructure plan. By nature-based solutions, we mean expanding wetlands, making more room for hapua and estuaries, reinstating river flood plans, so rivers have room to move and room to flood, increasing the coverage of native vegetation to help cool communities and establish permanent native forest carbon sinks, and continuing to invest in pest, plant and animal programs to ensure that native ecosystems are healthy. And by supporting programs like Predator Free 2050, which we understand is to be reviewed this year, and also by improving bylaws that support the nature-based solutions approach. For example, by including cat management provisions in your keeping of animals bylaw, which many local councils have already done. This is how we see the climate and biodiversity crisis being addressed together. So we strongly encourage your council to adequately resource environmental services over the life of this plan in a way that supports the progress that's already been made for protecting the district's Indigenous biodiversity, and commits to working in the longer term to restore and protect nature and integrate nature-based solutions into your 30-year infrastructure plan to help community resilience to climate change, while helping resolve the biodiversity crisis, and that demonstrates action on how climate change is to now be business as usual in your decision making. So on that note, I'll finish. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Kia ora.
Awesome, thank you. Questions from the team? Yeah, Councillor Scott.
Thank you very much for your submission. I just had a question around the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy, which we are obviously a partner to, And you've asked us to sort of revitalise that. And I was a little bit confused on what you sort of meant by that, and I was hoping you could enlighten me a little when we are a partner to that particular strategy.
Yeah, you are. So you'll be aware that the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity was gazetted last year. And in response to that, the region now has to have a regional biodiversity strategy, and Canterbury does have one, and it was written in 2008. And in April this year, the Canterbury Regional Council started a process to revitalise that strategy, and there was one meeting in Christchurch. It's only been one meeting, and there were a number of representatives from councils that are signatories to that strategy, but there was no one there from Timaru. So it would be really awesome to have someone from Timaru there at that next meeting. Kia ora.
No, I think actually that's me that wasn't there because of a conflict. So the times never work. Yeah, sorry. No. Sorry, we do have intent on being there, but my apologies. No, that's fine. I can only make it if you can make it. Thanks, Nikki. Really appreciate that. Really good submission as always. And appreciate you taking the time and investing in this process for us.
Kia ora. Look forward to working in the future with you.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Alrighty, yes. Welcome. And you've got 10 minutes. If you're heading towards the time, I'll just give you a nod and save a couple of minutes for questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Ines tako ingoa. I'm representing the Talbot Forest Working Group that has made submissions to the long-term plan in the past and this year. I'd just like to draw attention to a couple of aspects of the submission. Our group has been in existence for about 27 years, and one of the big projects that we're involved in, apart from getting rid of space invaders, invasive plants, planting and so on, we are taking an active role in protecting pika pika taurua, long-tailed bats, which are residents in Talbot Forest. And as you will be aware, the Department of Conservation is under-resourced to do all the work that needs to be done, so we're helping out. And we have, in the last 5 years, we've had offered the public to come and see pika pika taurua during the summer time. And just this last January, February, we interacted with about 500 people in the evenings that the bats were out and about. So I'd like to draw your attention to where I think as a council, as a region, we can do better. And we were recently made aware of resource consent being granted for the extension to the Barker's Fruit Processors site, and this resource consent was non-notified. The site of the factory is a small industrial site in amongst rural one zoned land, and is also adjacent to the Timuana River. An objective in the rural one zone is to protect and enhance the ecological functioning, natural character and integrity. And in the, in the general rules under amenity planting, it states, and I quote, to encourage the replanting of indigenous vegetation with ecosource indigenous local species. This is to minimize genetic pollution and the loss of local biodiversity. It also states that ornamental plantings around the edge are not always the answer to beautification. Good overall planting design following the natural patterns of the land will usually give better looking results. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. The The application by Barkers included a landscape plan. While some native plants were proposed, most of them were cultivars, which means they do not contribute to the desired objective of protecting and enhancing the ecological functioning, natural character and integrity. Nor does it enhance the character and amenity of the district's landscape. Furthermore, at least one of the exotic plants that were proposed is now known to be spreading by itself, so naturalized in the environment. We believe that this was an opportunity by Council that was missed, allowing what's been proposed. I'll go on to it. I mentioned before how we're concerned about Pika Pika Taurua, and this site is in between various colonies of Pika Pika Taurua, the closest one, Maori Gully, which is in the Te Moana River Valley, and obviously Talbot Forest and the Geraldine Downs, as well as Kakahu Bush. So the other aspect of the resource consent was the outdoor lighting. And Talbot Forest Working Group actually has made the council aware in the past of the effects of outdoor lighting on Pika Pika Taurua. And this dates back to about 18 or more years ago, when there was a request to Timaru District Council to install outdoor lighting in Ribbonwood, street lighting in Ribbonwood Road. Basically, artificial light disrupts navigation, roosting and feeding of Pika Pika Taurua and other species. It exposes them to predators, particularly cats. In the Ribbonwood Road situation, a compromise was reached, and high-pressure sodium lights, which emit an orange light, were used. This is far less intrusive than white light. But since then, of course, a few years ago, these lights got replaced by LED lighting, and in this case, blue LED lighting, which simulates the daylight during the night, and they're quite glary. In fact, the last light on Ribbonwood Road directly comes to our place, which is about 200 metres away, and you can just about read the newspaper from that light. Anyway, back to the Barkers resource consent. This site is 2.25 kilometres from the Geraldine Fairley Highway, and at present, the lighting of that site is visible from the highway. It'll also be visible to surrounding residents, and especially elevated ones. And of course, it does light. The light spill in the sky is enormous, and as I said before, it is on the flight path of several colonies of Pika Pika Taurua, which is not ideal. So basically, we think that this was an opportunity lost. We didn't have any input into this because it was not notified. And in the past, if we were aware of something happening, we made the council and applicants aware of the potential conflict to what we're trying to protect. So that's basically just wanted to make you aware, in addition to the submission that we've already made. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Just my question in regard to that last point around the Barkers consenting. Have you had a conversation with them specifically around your concerns on that?
No, we've only just learned the last week that the consent was granted, and we looked at the application and the conditions, and there's no conditions by the council that go along the lines that I've just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the opportunity will be now, before they start construction, to just have a conversation around your concerns.
And we will do that.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Further questions? No, all good. Thank you, appreciate that. It's really good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jess, welcome. Pamela. How are you?
I've been using the Geraldine pool since 2005. I would like the Geraldine pool season to commence at Labour weekend. Geraldine pool is well used and much loved community asset. Upgraded in the early 2000s, these costs were fully covered by the Geraldine Swimming Pool Club and their community to the amount of $256,000. These funds were raised by the Geraldine community. Pleasant Point Pool upgraded received no community funding. Sea Bay was built without community funding. Furthermore, Geraldine Properties incurred an annual charge of $100 specifically to assist with costs for Sea Bay, while Geraldine community watched their pool season shrink. This year at Geraldine, we enjoyed a 2-week end-of-season extension on a 5-day operating week. Data has been collected by TDC about pool usage. Could this be used to redesign opening hours that reflect demand, particularly outside the Christmas-New Year period? Pool users at Geraldine range from Learn to Swim program for preschoolers, teaching primary school children to swim. Primary and high schools held their swimming hours at the pool. Physiotherapists design aquatherapy programs for patients. Aqua classes, Geraldine Swimming Club, Rugby Club training sessions, Peel Forest Outdoor Centre held kayak lessons, adult Learn to Swim classes. Geraldine residents travel the most distance to Sea Bay when Geraldine Pool is closed. Please look favourably at the request to commence the season at Labour weekend by finding a balance in the operating hours by possibly not opening 7 days a week. There is community support. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Pamela. Questions for Pamela in regard to the season there? Councillor Burke.
My question is, did you know that in fact in this council at the moment there are 4 people who raised $7 million from the community for Sea Bay, and that was from the public and contractors. So in fact it was, and it was a significant amount based on back then the overall cost of Sea Bay. That was my question. Did you know that? No.
I hadn't been made aware of that.
Did you sense my eyes? You sense my eyes judging you. Yeah, so I'm still waiting to hear a question of that. Anything further?
Thank you so much for your submission. I have got questions for the Geraldine pool community who are so tune in, because I have some good questions for them too around their proposal. But thank you very much for your personal submission.
Thanks.
Awesome, thank you, appreciate that. Now we move to Peter and Anne-Marie, Hockey, South Canterbury, and the Turf Trust. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Everyone. Well, afternoon.
We filed a very brief submission, which we're just here to talk to, really, and this is in relation to the redevelopment of Aorangi Stadium. You will probably be aware there's ongoing discussions with the stakeholders and a meeting coming up in June, which we will represent at. But we are supportive of the redevelopment at the stadium, although we don't directly benefit from the proposals for new courts or covered courts. We would benefit from retaining the existing stadium and upgrading that, because we use the lounge and bathroom facilities there, and if that was to be demolished, then we would need to look at alternative facilities for our number one turf, which, as you probably also know, we are redeveloping our older sand turf, which is the one next to the stadium, where we use the facilities, and that we are hoping to develop at the end of this year in the summer period, and therefore if that became our primary turf, then those facilities attached to the stadium would be well utilised, as they already are. But that at the moment I understand is only 15% up to code for earthquake strengthening, and so we will be affected by whatever decision is made ultimately for the redevelopment. Pete?
Yeah, thanks. Pete State from the Hockey South Canterbury. We're the operational arm of the organisation. Where Anne-Marie and the Turf Trust look at the assets. From our point of view, the big crunch points have been basically toilets, changing and storage facilities. Just to reiterate on them, the closest public toilet to the hockey turf is at the end of Aorangi Oval in the dark. So if you're at the turf at 8:30 and you want to use the toilet, that's where the nearest toilet is. The public toilet. To date, we haven't had much luck in getting usage of stadium facilities. There has been offers from time to time, but they get very expensive on a daily rate, and in fact were actively dissuaded from using the toilets even when the stadium's open. So they're probably the side issues, and as Anne-Marie said, we're fully supportive of the redevelopment. There's a lot of work going on in the last few years, and whatever is done there will be a great asset to our community and to our sport, even though we have our own turfs. But it's the support facilities that will be the most benefit, and we just encourage it to happen as soon as it's possible.
Thanks, team. Questions? To either.
Great.
And on that application for funding, that is being moved forward so it can meet your timeline. So we'll just stay in touch on that one. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alrighty, Ethan, welcome. And Ethan's submission is on page 152, roughly.
Thanks for having me. I'm Ethan Richardson, and as likely one of the youngest submitters today at the ripe old age of 21, I felt it was important to speak on the future of the district and my concerns with its direction. Specifically, I'm here to talk about the indefinitely postponed City-Town project and the state of the CBD in general. City-Town being the series of planned CBD revitalisation works across the district. I'm thoroughly concerned about the state of our CBD now, and especially in 10 years' time, and that our plan to fix the issues with it has been, in essence, cancelled. The council needs to put the heart of the district back on the agenda and take action. The council has an obligation to maintain the survival of the centre of commerce in our district, and that's one I don't believe it is meeting in regard to our CBD in the current long-term plan. Just like automobiles changed where and when we brought, the internet has changed our buying habits dramatically. Online shopping means that if someone wants to buy something, why shouldn't they use Amazon or Alibaba if it's easier and cheaper? We can scream shop local until we're blue in the face, but until we give people more reasons than that, they won't engage with our local economy. Our vacancy rates are growing, our daily footfall is falling, and our shops are the emptiest they've ever been. We need to find that X factor, the thing that makes our CBD get people out of the house, that creates new culture, vibrancy and atmosphere for our town. That's a task businesses can't do alone. Only a council can set that sort of vision to imagine what we can be in 10 years' time. And this long-term plan does nothing to set that vision to combat growing challenges in the business sector by defunding city town. The attractiveness of our community to domestic immigrants has been under threat for some time. These are mostly families and mid-aged people, and they are moving here because they want a quiet town, sure, but they're getting a silent town in the near future. And I worry the lack of activities, entertainment and atmosphere is a factor putting them off moving here. Young families do want a vibrant CBD with things to do. They want to work and play and live in the district. But the play is absent, especially for their teenagers, not to mention the night activities for the parents. Almost every single young friend I have here bemoans the lack of activities and the lacking CBD. Whenever youth surveys are done, they come back asking for more relevant shops and entertainment facilities. It's a major barrier to retain our young people. Think about it, where would you want to go on a Friday night with friends without food or alcohol as the primary driver? And where can a family with teenagers go for entertainment in Timaru? Our lack of ability to retain and gain young people in this district is feeding our looming demographic problems. How will we look after our elders when we have no young people to be carers, to run the shops, to staff the hospitals and power the economy? It's often talked about that long-term plans are about a vision of the district in 10 years' time. So I want to think about what a CBD in 10 years' time with no plan and no action looks like. It's all of our failing aspects exacerbated. Our vacancy issues would snowball. A lack of council investment is surely followed by a lack of private investment, and the town would be pretty close to silent in 10 years' time. Visually, what will the town look like? Do we want Timaru CBD to increasingly tend towards looking like Temuka's CBD? It's not a diss on Temuka, okay? Yeah. Because that's the direction it's trending. Yeah. If we are not moving forward, we are moving backwards, and currently we are stagnating at best. Let's be clear, inaction is not an option. I understand we have strong cost constraints. However, the cost of letting growing challenges in the business sector develop further would be uncountable to the district. We can intervene now and turn the situation around, or we can leave it for a few years as it declines and hope it magically gets better. Doing nothing now puts us on a path where it will be difficult, if not impossible, to return from. The opportunity cost of passing over a practically complete, award-winning master plan is immense. One of the many strengths City Town has is its modularity. It's not one big facility. It's a collection of improvements and programs. That means we can fund our CBD as we have the capital to. Every million extra spent would go to good use. If we want to be a truly forward-thinking district, we need to have a plan and a vision for the future. With City Town, we have an amazing vision for what that town can be. Action must be taken, and our current plan is not action. Thank you.
Nice work, great submission, Ethan. You're on the top 2 for the day. It's pretty good quality, and the other person's still in the room, so no. So thank you, and enjoyed your engagement down at the markets too. Any questions for Ethan on CBD? Yeah, Councillor Jackson.
Great submission, and I've spoken to you down at the market as well, Ethan, and I really enjoyed our chat down there too, mate. I will just take umbrage, though, with the fact that we're doing nothing, because there is a city, town, and also a Caroline Bay master plan strategy to come, which will be presented to the Infrastructure Committee at the end of July. So watch this space.
I am aware, but it is funded to 1.5 million. 500,000 of that is to go to repaving the tiles, which does need to be done. The toilets and the kiosk rebuild are included in that. Once you start getting down to that, you've got, what, $500,000 left for a supposedly 8-year project left. My problem is not, I know the project is coming to your hands in the 10th of June and supposedly we'll have more options for the future, but my worry is the amount of funding attached to it. From my correspondences with the council, they were talking about they don't even have enough funding in there for the OPEX cost of ferry lights. That's how limited they're looking at their budget. So I understand there's more to come, but my worry is with the funding.
Very well read.
Thank you. One question from me. You talk about driving play, teenage family, those sort of things. The option's not available. Whose role is it? Council versus private?
Well, I think council can take a role, but my overarching goal was there, if we revitalise the CBD, that means more foot traffic, that means more people moving through, which can sustain those types of businesses better. At the moment, there just isn't the business environment to sustain those types of businesses, and that's definitely where Timaru can come into play. Actually, directly involving more so, you could supposedly do some collaborations with Venture or TDHL, but I mean, that's council's warehouse. I think, it doesn't have to be direct involvement, it can be facilitating that environment that does that.
Brilliant, thank you. Any further questions? Yeah, Councillor Pyatt.
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to make a quick comment and thank you to see someone so young, so passionate about their community. I think we have a great future in Timaru if there's more people like you around, so thank you.
Oh, that's great. Poor old Temuka, It's a great way to finish before lunch, so appreciate that, Ethan. And we'll break now, and we are due back at 1 o'clock on the dot. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome back everyone. If you could please be seated. Welcome back to the afternoon session of submissions for the LTP. I now welcome Jess Young and on behalf of START. Welcome. Yeah, go for it. Thanks, Jess. And floor's yours. So you've got 10 minutes and save some time for questions. I'll give you a couple of minutes heads up at the end to save some time if you like. Thank you.
There we go. Kia ora, I'm Jess Young, I'm from START, Save Timaru's Arts and Rebuild Our Theatre. So I am actually very unprepared. We had a death in our family last week that we were dealing with, so I've just sort of written some bullet points, but hopefully you've read my submissions, so I shouldn't need to go into too much detail. I think I've spoken in this room before, and you'll all be aware of how strongly I feel about the benefit of the Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub Centre moving forward. I referenced in my submission, my written submission for the long-term plan, the Waikato study from 2022. I would like to just go over the main points that were reached, the main conclusions that were reached in the study. Engagement with arts, culture and creativity positively impacts well-being. Access to arts is important to everyone. Mental wellness is a priority need in Waikato. I think we could say that is a need everywhere, especially in the Timaru district. And the Waikato community values arts, culture and creativity. I would like to say that the Timaru district values arts, culture and creativity. Some of the rhetoric that it has been thrown around, especially on social media, I hate to say, has not made me feel very positive that I can actually say that. We were very lucky to visit the Ashburton Event Centre. Sorry, not the Ashburton Event Centre. We didn't get to go to Les Mis, sadly. The Art Gallery and Museum Hub recently. It was just absolutely spectacular. Ashburton is not a place on my radar, I've got to say, and I was just absolutely blown away. We could really, we can really offer something. The plans are there. The plans are incredible. There are always going to be some people who will say that the full scope, isn't entirely what we need. I know there's talk around like the loading bays and, things like that. We can't get stuck on these little minuscule details. It has been how many years now? Like, I've lived here 8 years and there has been more time that we haven't had a theatre here. Sorry, I get really emotional. The arts are very, very important to me as a person. I'm a writer. I do obviously have involvement in theatre, but I just think we're so quick to forget things. When was the COVID lockdown? It was 4 years ago in 2020. What did we do during that time? Did we sit there and stare at the grass? No, we indulged in the arts. We embraced creativity. We watched TV like nothing else. These things aren't created in a vacuum. It's not like, you flick the switch on your remote and suddenly from nowhere these pictures and, even music, like think Kaylee Bell from Waimate. It's not like one day she just suddenly was like, oh, I'm going to pick up a guitar and sing amazingly. Like, she was brought up in a community surrounded by a vibrant artistic community that fostered that and grew that. And we consume the arts daily, the paintings on our walls, the music that we plug into our ears. Obviously, the TV, even the journalists, the media that we consume, that is not created from nothing. It is creative in a fostering environment where the arts, the culture have actually been invested in, and as a council, you've talked about the 80-20 split with the infrastructure. Obviously, we need to have roads and stormwater drains, like that just goes without saying. And you've committed to this 20% social infrastructure. So I don't like pitting the arts against sports, because I also play netball as a hobby. So I'm rambling a little bit, but it feels like it's just that age-old trope where the arts have to advocate so exhaustively for themselves. That's not a word. Whereas we just take it for granted. So I guess that's what I wanted to say in a roundabout way. So thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Jess. And we have heard from you before, so where you've articulated again what drives you and your passion and the people you represent, so we appreciate that. Is there any questions for Jess from the room? And obviously we have had a previous discussion as well. No one on the side? No? Too easy. Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much.
No worries, my pleasure. We welcome now Mr. Speckman. And Kirsty, welcome. Thank you. 10 minutes, floor's yours.
Kia ora. I'm going to try going through this pretty quickly because I'll be really more interested in questions that you have from us. But hopefully I've clearly put out what we're after. It is investment in our community foundation. Over the next 20 years, there's going to be $1 trillion transferred, intergenerational wealth transferred across New Zealand. So what that means, based on just population, is that there's going to be $9.5 billion here in the Timaru district. How much of that we manage to keep and secure for community and community funding really comes down to the investment in our community foundation. We recently had our first donor pass away before this submission was written. They made a gift in their will less than a year ago. To us, that money was going to a national charity. There's now $750,000 that will be coming into our community to fund all these things that council cares so dearly about. So I think that's the value in investing. As I said, we are kind of running ahead of where we are at the moment. We are running into reserves to fund the two of us sitting here. Our trustees can only sustain that for so long, and then there'll be one of us sitting there again, and that's when that growth stops. So it's working at the moment, we just need some investment to carry it on. So I'll open it up for some questions.
Thanks, Richard, and appreciate where you guys are heading. We'll go Councillor Shannon and then Councillor Pye. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Very much enjoyed reading what you, your submission here. Am I correct? I can't see it now. You're only asking for 30K.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you calculate the payback from that?
The return.
The return from the 30K.
Maybe the simplest way is up till a year and a half ago to when we came to council for increased funding, I think the council had contributed $20,000 to the Ariki Foundation over that 10-12 year period. In that time, the foundation had grown community funds to $3.2 million. You increase funding to an extra $6,500, and over that time, we've added in $1.7 million. We've got $1.1 million now that's going to come in the next 3 months. So I'm not saying it's a direct correlation, but it shows increased investment gets community return. And to think of that 1.7, 1.1, $3 million means that's $100,000 hitting the community every single year over and over again. And probably just on the 30,000, it might not seem like a lot. And I know a lot of community foundations around the country have been funded more by councils and have asked for more. I'm also pretty realistic around how quickly we can grow. You can throw money at things, but we've got to be able to grow in a manageable and sustainable way, and I believe that's the right figure for us to do it. We're also getting a lot of support from businesses. We've got about $50,000 coming in from business support at the moment as well. So, you know, I'm a ratepayer too. You guys have only got so much money to go around. We can do some of it ourselves.
Thanks, Richard. Your foundation funds some great community projects, as do TDC. So do you think there's an opportunity to create some better efficiencies between our two organisations? And if so, what would that look like?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Without a doubt, there's potential there. We have recently just formed a partnership with Bidwell Hospital to do all their funding for them. So they were funding about $40,000. Separate funding round, same charities applying. We've combined that to our health round, which is about $40,000 a year. So there's $80,000 going out for one application to the same entities. So without a doubt, that's great efficiency gains for the charities, for the committees that sit on there. And I know it's something I've discussed with council before and with some councillors. I guess it's a bit of a horses for courses. Some of the money that council gives out might fit well with us, some of it might not. There's also probably legislation involved around who can give out some money of the funds that you guys deal with. But yeah, we're certainly open to discussions around trying to make that process easier.
Thank you. Questions on the side? No, yeah. No, all good. And obviously the model you're looking for is sort of strategic partnerships to help fund that operating model so you can then go out and use the funds where they're best needed in the community.
Yeah, I mean, I guess where that operational money goes, it's around running the organisation so we can continue to give out those funds that have been left for community to go back to community. The alternate option for us really is that those funds that we give out to community, we give to ourselves to keep funding the growth. While that model works in principle, if you stop giving money out to community, you stop getting gifts from the community. So the practical sense of that's a bit unrealistic.
Brilliant. Thank you. I think that's it. Appreciate your time and your submission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we go now to Nigel Billings from Fed Farmers, and we'll just check in with him online. Welcome, Nigel.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Look, you've got 10 minutes. Floor's yours, and if you want to save some time for questions, I'll pass over to you.
Okay, that's good. Look, thank you very much for your time. Hang on, I'm just getting an echo, so I'm going to turn my mic. And that might fix the problem. That's much better. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's all good at our end, thanks.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep, thank you. Look, Your Worship Councillors, I'm Nigel Billings, Senior Local Government Specialist with Federated Farmers. We've had a whole lot of submissions to do this year on long-term plans, and so I'm speaking this morning just on behalf of the farming community, kept my points to a high level. Look, we were quite impressed with your consultation document. We've heard an awful lot from councils this year about the system being broken, three waters, etc., sort of a lot of hand-wringing, but you know, not a lot of good, obvious, succinct detail, and we certainly got that from your consultation document, that it was informative and set out the financial challenges in a way that I feel other councils haven't, and that you could get your head around. It is a tough situation, and you know, councils have been trying to communicate that to ratepayers, talk about rate inflation, increasing rate costs, that sort of thing. But it's all very vague, and for the ratepayer, they look at their rate increase and they think, well, this is much more than the rate of inflation, you know, what's going on here. And so this is a good debate to have. And our submission was pretty simple this year and stuck to the high-level numbers. We support your move to increase your option 2, to increase your debt cap to 2.5 for the reasons stated in the submission, and also the preferred option 2 for balancing the budget. And it was heartening to read that council staff are undertaking a project to cut spending. That those are good things, and we hope that genuine savings can be found from that. Well, in terms of the split between, the things we need, what in the current parlance, nice to haves, need to haves, we had a lot to say in our 2021 submission about nice to haves over core infrastructure, and did like the discussion on core capital spending and that split between core and non-core, which was something that you could get your head around. And we felt that if you're running a deficit budget for 3 years, let's think harder about the core part of it. And in that sense, we back option 1, the 90-10 split, in the interest particularly of sustainability. We support higher user pays. It doesn't pan out for everyone, but we think it's reasonable that as much of the private benefit is recognised in fees. We do appreciate that the rating system has been maintained under pressure. A lot of councils have moved to cut the UAGC this year, which has the effect of pushing rates out onto farmland, and also seeking subsidies from the general rate for 3 waters, which, 2 waters, water and wastewater, which we think there's a clear case for that to be fully funded and for the general ratepayer not to pay twice. In terms of the infrastructure strategy, we do support raising the debt cap. We know waka kotahi is always a challenge, and the CBD targeted rate for the reasons of transparency, and if the CBD is up for that. So, yeah, so those are our points, and if there's any questions, I'd appreciate that.
Alrighty, questions on the side? No, not on this side either. No, well, that's easy. Thank you,
Awesome.
and we'll keep you up to date. Part of the next year is a full revenue review for our council, which we haven't done in some decades, and I know Feds will be interested in that process. So we'll make sure everyone's involved at the right and appropriate times.
Yep, absolutely. Be
Brilliant,
fully
thanks,
engaged in that.
Nigel.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Cheers. Alrighty, so moving now, we've got Nick from Rangitata South. Welcome, Nick. And that is on page 8, 387, 387 roughly. Thank you. Welcome, Nick, and you've got 10 minutes, and just save some time towards the end for questions.
Kia ora Council, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today in support of the submission to the long-term plan from Rangitata South Irrigation. I've just got just a couple of slides that the staff have kindly loaded up for us that just speak to the key elements of that submission. And look, we're basically submitting in support for a new stop bank to protect Arundel. I've just got a couple of shots here of the 2019 flood event on the Rangitata River that many I'm sure will be very familiar with. And that's a shot looking down towards Arundel and down towards the State Highway Bridge and the significant overland flow from where the river broke out of its banks just upstream from the Arundel Township. This particular slide just indicates some of the roading damage, the significant roading damage. This is taken from a slide presented to the Hazards National Science Challenge, and this particular shot is just looking to the Rangitata South irrigation ponds are on the left-hand side, and that's Highway 72 as it tracks down away from the Arundel Township, and just shows the damage that arose from that flood event. So the submission that Rangitata South would like to make to Council is just pointing out that there were significant costs arising from that 2019 flood event, and the immediate repair works were funded by an ECAN-led consortium, and it included funding from both the River Rating District, Rangitata South Irrigation, and Timaru District Council, alongside others. There has been significant investment since that flooding. However, the area is still vulnerable to a breakout upstream of the Arundel Township. So our submission is that a stop bank's vital to protect local homes and property, significant lifeline roading, as well as significant infrastructure, which includes supply of irrigation to the district. So the proposed consortium to fund that new stop bank, we've submitted to ECAN, and ECAN have included funding in its long-term plan, which I understand from the reports I've just read has been accepted. That stop bank is not only supported by the Rating District, which of the community, and Rangitata South Irrigation, who's also willing to invest in a project, and our submission is for Timaru District Council to participate in proportion to the benefit as it did in 2019. So, and just rough figures, that the immediate repair works in 2019 were in the order of about 2.7 million, and Timaru District Council at that time contributed about 6%, or about $60,000 to that work, and we'd propose that a similar formula be applied to these works. So that's my submission, and certainly would welcome questions from councillors.
Thank you. Questions? Yep, Councillor Booth.
Is there an existing stock bank there that just needs made bigger, or is it got to be, things got to be completely new?
There are some in-river works that are maintained by ECAN, but it's only maintained to a flow of about 1,500 cubics. And that's, that sort of flood event occurs once every 2 or 3 years, so it's only got a very low level of protection at the present point in time. And the stop bank that's proposed would be up to either a 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 repeat event.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Oliver.
Sorry, quick question. It's probably more on behalf of a community board member. Will this help the protection of the ponds as well? Sorry, is that the reason? Is that one of the reasons for the work that's needed doing, is to protect the ponds from erosion around the edges and stuff like that, or is that another more complex thing in the future?
Look, it'll certainly protect the ponds, and that's why Rangitata South is looking to invest. The particular risk that the stop bank would address is uncontrolled flow that outflanks the ponds. There is protection work alongside the riverbank, alongside on the riverside, which the scheme continues to put money into. But this is really the risk that is sort of uncontrolled of the scheme being outflanked. So yeah, it would protect roading, property, as well as the scheme, and the schemes will invest, proportionally to protect its infrastructure.
Do you have any worries for the ponds if there was a flood of that magnitude again, or is that not a worry?
Oh, no. Look, there are managed. The last flood event was the ponds handled it really well. It basically went across the there's a overflow, and that operated well. There was some small amount of remedial work that the scheme had to invest in. So I don't think there's any. The scheme is it's got an impact classification under the dam safety thing, and there's a very comprehensive dam safety program, and we work with civil defence and so on to make sure that that's totally up to speed. So the scheme itself can handle a much bigger event, but it does come with damage after it, and the scheme's view is it's much better to pay for the protection up front to stop it happening rather than have to spend money on repairs afterwards.
Do you have a ballpark figure? I mean, 6% sounds reasonable till we go how many million, you know?
Yeah, look, it's, there's been some very, very high level work that's been done that puts it in the order of about 3 million, similar to what has been spent on the repair work last time round. So if that were to be the case, it'd be about $60,000 would be about 6% of that. But I would stress that that is a very high level figure, but it would be in that order. It's not 10 times that amount.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Scott.
Thank you very much for your submission and bringing this to the table. I have questions for our officers in deliberations on Wednesday, but I do see this as a good insurance measure over our assets, and so I look forward to the conversation with my fellow councillors on Wednesday about what an investment or support looks like. So I'd like to think that we do have a responsibility at this table, so yeah, just acknowledging your submission and where we get to will be important for our community, so thanks.
Might have to split you two up. I don't think that was a question either. Sorry. You and Councillor Birdie's rubbing off on you. No, I'm just having you. No, thank you. That's an interesting one. And I know we talked about that last year, and I thought the opportunity would have been for an ECAN targeted rate through the last long-term plan. It's probably a little bit disappointing that that hasn't been dealt with that, but we'll pick that up on Wednesday, and appreciate you coming and submitting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Righty, Ian Sinclair. And
Paddy?
Welcome in. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. So you've got 10 minutes, and yep, just leave a couple of minutes at the end for questions if you like.
Yeah,
yeah, by all means.
I'll speak to this stuff. Don't bother reading it while I'm talking. It's just in case you want to refer back to it.
Thanks, Ian. You go for it.
Oh, my name is Ian Sinclair, and I'd like to thank you all for hearing my submission today. I understand it's a huge commitment on behalf of Council and you all personally to hear submissions, but it's also a great opportunity to hear about your ratepayers and what they do. My aim here today is to shine a spotlight on one of your most important community assets, which is the Timaru Airport. Specifically, I want to distinguish between commercial operations and the airport operations of the people that don't involve the runway, apron, the commercial buildings and the car park. Thanks. About me, I've been involved in aviation since I was 12 years old. I'm 51 years older than that now. I've managed to fly regularly during that whole time, and I've regularly been involved with the Timaru Airport. I currently own an aircraft and a hangar at the airport, and my main recreation is aviation. I'm currently on the National Executive for AOPA, which is a nationwide organisation of pilots, and we advocate for the rights and privileges of pilots. I have previously submitted to the LTP process about 3 or 4 cycles ago, and that was specifically around land rental rates, and the message then is the same as now, is that the airport is 2 distinct separate things, a commercial operation and a recreational reserve. The airport, I don't think, is well understood by people in council from time to time, and I think it's probably part of our job as users to set about reminding council what's actually at the airport. It's a recreational reserve and it's a commercial asset. General aviation is quite an ecosystem. It involves people like myself that get enjoyment from it. It involves people who do flight training. It involves people who do maintenance and people who do it just for fun and build their own aeroplanes. So there's many different types of aeroplanes that make up general aviation, but the main theme of all of that is that aviation is quite a complex but interwoven ecosystem. So looking forward, all of the recreational and general aviation users I talk to at the airport are equally as passionate as I am about the way the airport is organised and financed. I'm currently one of 3 people who have instigated the formation of an airport users group explicitly to advance the ideas similar to what I'm talking to you about today. Our aims will include promoting the airport users in an ongoing dialogue with council, management and governance to help educate and promote our users' needs. We believe our experience and specific knowledge with respect to general aviation and the airport is of great use to council. We would like input into future planning at the airport, non-airport developments and general setting of fees and charges. So there's a few things I'd just like to highlight about the airport. You probably all mostly know it when you hop on a plane and go for a fly. The airport is actually situated on rural one land, it's farmland. This is a very important context when you think about what it should return in a commercial sense, and we need to talk about commercial sense a bit differently. Ignoring the runway, apron, terminal and car park, there's very little infrastructure at the airport, some roading, fencing and piped water. No sewer system, not even a full-time public toilet. This is an important context to understand when you look at the airport because most of the infrastructure is privately owned that's above ground. I believe the airport, and the Mayor might back me up on this, but I believe the airport was purchased for $1 from the Ministry of Transport some time ago, so that context is quite important when we think about the return on asset and concepts like that, you know, maximising return on asset, because I've got 50 cents in my pocket and I'm prepared to commit every year to give you that 50 cents. That'll be a fantastic return on your investment. A large area of the airport is leased on farm operations, as you're probably aware, and it's important, I think, that this is folded back into the airport. Excuse me. The airport's also a very important local and national resource for emergency responses, and I think we saw that demonstrated when the Rangitata Bridge went out. The airport is also considered to be the main place where aviation happens in the district. This has been highlighted recently with your proposed district plan, and that district plan has been seeking to reduce and condense the rights of people like myself who want to operate on rural land. So that's an important context when you talk about planning and thinking about what airports do when they fit in. There are many users at the airport whose involvement can be best measured in decades, and that's probably quite a comparison to the council, where I think often we have council officers and councillors whose knowledge of the airport may be spanning perhaps best measured in years. So I think there's a lot of input that could reasonably be taken from airport users. Lastly but not least, the airport infrastructure, runway, apron, terminal, paid car park, the majority of the council's time, if those resources were removed from the airport, none of the recreation or private users would be affected at all. We would carry on enjoying the airport just like we do now. Those things are not important to us at all. Unless, of course, we want to hop on a flight and go somewhere. In short, I'm requesting that the council, during the LTP, annual plan, all governance, budgeting and finance reporting, structure the airport into 2 distinct accounting entities to separate the functions and use cases to make the best decisions with these things in mind. I can figuratively see asset managers and finance officers rolling their eyes. Like all things that seem hard, it's only that way till you start doing it. When I fly to the airport on my own plane, I think of it as Ashby Park, a council facility that supports my recreational activity and I'm proud of, and have a personal affinity with and a commitment to make it better. I do not expect the council will view my recreational place as a cash cow, target for an increase of return on capital, or be treated as a way of cross-subsidising a commercial activity. When I buy a ticket on Air New Zealand, I think of the airport as a runway, apron, terminal and paid car park. Not that I use that. Some airspace and professional support. It is a commercial operation and the infrastructure at the airport facilitates my ride in that plane. I expect that service I use and the infrastructure to be best fit for purpose, and I expect that my ticket pays for that, and if not, my general rates. Mixing a commercial activity and a recreational activity makes no sense. They are two separate functions and need to be treated as such. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Ian. Councillor Petition.
Hi, Ian. How do we compare with other aero clubs?
So airports around the country, there's several different models. Council-owned. Perhaps the worst type of council-owned where the council vests responsibility in a third party. Examples of that would be Wanaka and Queenstown. There are airports that are actually owned by aero clubs, and they own the land and run the whole operation. They're generally very good operations because everyone's got a singular focus. And then there's a number of privately owned airports that either have private shareholdings or are just owned by individual people. And then there's many, many, many people like myself that have a paddock in my farm and a windsock, and I can land my plane and come and go there.
Cool, but you didn't answer my question. How do we compare with other?
How do you compare? Amongst the council-owned airports run by themselves, it's difficult to compare because you've probably only got Wanganui, maybe Kerikeri, Westport, so forth. So probably fee-wise, you're actually not bad. I'm not complaining about the fees, but what I am trying to highlight in this submission is that there is a growing tendency amongst councils to look at airports and go, gosh, we could extract a lot more money out of that without doing the analysis on who they're extracting the money from. And my main point is that Timaru has got a strong recreational base. So the fees I pay at Timaru, I'm not complaining about, but I do see a scenario playing out. To go back to my LTP submission several years ago, which is about 12 years ago, my rates were about, my rate of land rental was about to go to about $5,000 a year. I came and had this very discussion to the LTP process, and it went back down to about 1,000, which was a good outcome, and that's about where it should be. I believe that's a reasonable comparison. The landing charges, you have a bulk system in place. I can pay $150 a year, land at the airport as many times as I like. It's very efficient for you, it's very efficient for me. Yeah, so I'm not complaining about the cost.
Okay, yeah, no, just getting that
Yep.
clear. Second thing, I partly agree, but like the costs of mowing the lawns, other costs go up. You know, are you okay with the CPI going up by whatever it is? Because otherwise we start to subsidise you more than we would others.
Well, you can't ignore the CPI, can you?
Yeah.
But there are issues that we would like to discuss at the airport and why we'd like to be involved in management, and we've previously had discussions. This is probably not the right forum for those. But I think users at the airport would like some planning, they'd like some policy on how things move forward in terms of hangars being built, where they get built, a long-term plan for the airport, and I think we'd like some transparency for cost, because our part of the airport we could run ourselves if we needed to, and there's lots of airports around the country that are run by enthusiast groups of users rather than council operations. I think it would be fair to say that our reliance on council officers to run the airport for recreational use is very low compared with, say, the certification of the airfield and the airline. Yeah.
Seems fair that we should have a plan that you could understand.
Well,
we'll talk to
it may seem strange to you, but there's been no plan at the airport for as long as I can remember about where buildings will get built in the future. So if I rang up the council tomorrow, or this is certainly how it's worked in the past, it may be different now, but if I ring up the council and said, I'd like to build a hangar, they go, where do you want to put it? And I choose a spot, put some pegs in the ground, they go, yeah, that'll be all right. Now, I know that might be a little bit offhand, but there's plenty of people that have said that's how it worked for them in the past. Now, that may be changing now, and it should do, because you can't plan roading, infrastructure and taxiways unless you actually plan where you put your hangars. Yeah.
Cool, thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. Good food for thought, and we'll discuss that on Wednesday. That
Jolly good.
Between commercial and rec.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Alrighty, Graham, welcome. I'll pass to you, Graham.
Thank you, Worship and councillors. Firstly, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity that we in the community have been given to come and speak with you for a few moments on the long-term plan. So join off that thanks. And secondly, I just want to thank you, those of you around the table that put your names forward over the years to become representatives of the ratepayers here. Governance is not an easy role. It's not always popular, but it's a critical role that every town and every city needs. So well done to you that have done that over the years and continue to do so. I'm here representing my family. I'm fortunate I have a wife of 55 years of marriage, and 3 of our 5 children and their children all live here in Timaru. So we've got a fairly strong and vested interest in town, and one of the things that now and again I have to spend some time with the family is convincing them not to go to Australia. I know that's not your fault, but these young ones today see the greener pastures offshore sometimes. But thankfully, we've all got the team, my full team here in Timaru. So I'm here representing them. I have a generational interest. I'm not here for me. I'm here for the generations to come. And in my submission, which I'm sorry my handwriting's not the best, you probably didn't catch it all, but there's just 3 points that I just wanted to touch on that I raised. One was the debt cap. 2 was the bid levy for the CBD, and the 3rd was rates. So I was going to touch on those 3 just with a bit of an overview from because I have been reflecting on this a lot in the last few weeks, just about how you be constructive and how you bring forward some value. I think we could spend more than even the next 2 days discussing which is the best debt cap to have. We can all have our opinions on that. But I just want to say this, that I was very fortunate before I came to Timaru that I had quite senior governance roles inside the dairy industry and 2 outside of the industry, and they taught me a lot of things about life and about how to move forward. And one of the things is when we used to sit down and do our long-term plans, and I'm not telling you how to suck eggs here, I'm just expressing what my experience was. The first thing we did when we did a long-term plan session was we sat and we looked at what had we decided we wanted to be. So whatever you decide to want to be, we'd revisit that, and then if it needed to be changed, we could tweak it. But we never dealt into detail until we decided collectively what we wanted to be. Now, I did dig up in some of the paperwork, I only haven't got a lot of information, but I did dig up a strategic vision that sits inside some of your strategic direction. And it said here, where people, place and business prosper within a healthy, adaptable and regenerative environment. Now, I love those words, but at the end of the day, that didn't really tell me what we are, what we want to be. So I'm going to throw something out there over the next couple of minutes as my suggestion for what it's worth. Because having lived here for the last 23 years, and it was reminded to me of several times of people from outside of our country. They said to me, my God, you're lucky, you said, you're so central here. And that reinforced my own view that we in Timaru and the Timaru district are so central to so much. Like if you take a 2-hour radius from around this town, you can go a bit over 2 hours, but 2 hours you're going to be in Dunedin. You're going to enjoy the Oamaru cultural heritage and the Scottish heritage of Dunedin, the undercover multi-purpose stadium which they have down there. And as you swing your radius around, you touch into the Central Otago, which is a beautiful part of the world, into the Mackenzie Basin, which I know you all experience, and then swing around behind Geraldine to the beautiful bushwalks up in the Peel, Mount Hutt, and then into the Garden City of Christchurch. Now, there's so much that sits inside of that I just see it as this great big family playground. Like there's everything going for us. There's water sports, there's snow, there's whatever you want really for families to enjoy the walks. And so I look at that and go, well, what are we in the Timaru district? And I believe that what we are is the best place in New Zealand for family, to bring family up. So if that was the case, and I'm not expecting you'll all agree to that, but if that was the case, you then need to identify what is it you need to provide and develop for that vision. And I've just listed a few here. One that I know families are really interested in is the community safe. You know, we just saw what happened in Eden the other day at that bus stop. Like, it's just gone crazy in a lot of places, and safety around children, around family is critical. So community safety, job security, critical. Infrastructure, you know, really significant, and that's a give me, but we've got to have that. Education, facilities, health, and great sport and recreation are some that come to mind that families that would require. So when you start looking at your expenditure, those are the things, if that's what you want to become and want to be, then you start looking at those things that fit into the needs of that. I think, you know, the council can help a lot in that. One, just a suggestion, you can incentivise new businesses and current businesses to expand, particularly if they're building job opportunities, increasing job opportunities. There are a lot of incentives you can come up with, and I'm not going to bring them to you today. You can think that through. I think another thing that the council can look at is to be a culture inside here where you minimise the number of hurdles that people have to jump and not maximise them when it comes to development and progress. And I just heard a submitter this morning say that gave a figure of the increase in compliance costs over the last few years, 200, 500, 750 or something that was like that. And I'm thinking, there to me was another example. You know, you need to invest in those things that you want to be. So I think the council can do a heck of a lot better in those areas there, and particularly incentives. So just to finish on that part, you know, if you know where you want to be and what you want to be, you can be laser focused on where your expenditure should be. I did make reference in there to the theatre, and I did say, indicated that the 57.1 million wasn't an expenditure I was in favour of. I think a submitter this morning just answered part of the question of he was in support of the theatre, but gave me reason to think that we didn't need it because he went to Ashburton and helped fill up the Ashburton theatre and kept their theatre going, and then went to Christchurch and helped them fill theirs. You know, we've got all that. You know, we've got that within a short driving distance from Timaru. So I'm not sure that that's the best thing for as far as an expense goes. And I think, you know, man, we could do some great things for this town for that 57 million to incentivise. We need more people through the family. We need more people so that we can get more people supporting the rate demand and get that $14 a day per person down. Because I couldn't believe when I read that figure, you know, $13.97 every day, you know, that comes out of everyone's household. So CBD, just quickly, the levy, 120,000. I'm not in support of that. But I want to say this: I'm very much in support of the CBD. My family, we purchased what you may have known as the Mascot building at the top end of Stafford Street. We are not commercial owners. That's not the heart that we have as a family. But we couldn't believe that building was virtually empty. We bought it 3.5 years ago, and it was nearly empty. One of the most magnificent buildings in town. And we couldn't believe it. Now, within 6 months, we filled it. And I encourage other landlords, they can do a lot. We filled it because we gave the tenants incentives. We got tenants on board. We gave them reduced rent. When COVID was around, we gave them no rent. We gave them a rent holiday. So, you know, if you're going to look at rate of return off your investment, okay, your rents are going to be high, but have a bit of a heart for your tenants and get them in there. And what we've done, and we planned it from the start, was we've increased the rent to justify the building costs. But that's chocker, that place is humming. We called it Manaora, just for those that are not sure, we called it Manaora because that means breath of life. And our heart was to bring a breath of life to that part of town, and I think we did it also with that mural. And that mural on the building is actually based on the breath of life. If you have a look at it, it's got a wee story there that was done. So I think the landlords can do a lot. I think the council's doing some good work there. But also I think at the northern gateway of the CBD, I was up on the Bay Hill the other day having a coffee, and I looked out onto the bay, and the beautiful shimmer of the sea running through to the mountains was just outstanding. And I was so warmed by what we have here. Unfortunately, as I was walking to my car, I happened to see the little site on the hydro, where the hydro was, and I was not sure where I was, whether I was here or I'd transposed it into a third world city, because that building, or that building site, is some of the most beautiful part of town. And you know, when you take a bit of the heart out of the CBD, it takes a while to get that heart going again. I think if something happens there, it's going to give a lot of confidence to the rest of us in the CBD. And the last thing was rates. Look, I don't know what families are going to do. If an average family's paying $3,600 this year finishing, and you're going to go and rack up 15, 12 and 12 on them, my kids are going to be paying, instead of $3,600, $5,200 in 3 years. That is a significant increase coming out of a household, when I guarantee right now that the wage and salaries ain't going to increase that much in that 3-year period. So I have a real problem with that. I think you're overstretching it. That's my opinion. I know it looks good. You go 15, 12, 12, 4, 4, whatever. And I've been there and I've been involved in that. It looks good. You know, we're looking, oh, you've got a short-term pain for a long-term gain. I can assure you that when you get to the end of the 3rd year, the world will have changed, things will have happened different, and that 4% won't be a reality. So I'm just saying, hey, guys, I know that, you know, things are not easy, and I know that you've got things to do, but that's a big increase for families to take. So I'll finish on that and just say again, though, I do thank you for what you do and how you represent yourselves around this table and for this town.
Thanks, Graham. Very good submission. Again, start with a compliment and finish with a compliment. I like that. And
Sorry?
I was just saying, very good submission. Start with a compliment and finish with a compliment.
Well, it's called a sandwich, isn't it?
And I think we could do a tourism video with you, actually, Graham, as far as selling the area. Is there any questions specifically? Great submission and well covered as far as the verbal submission as well. No, we're all okay. Brilliant. Thank you. And thanks for your interest in council as well. We really appreciate that.
Oh, it's been a privilege being here today, just listening to others, and I was just thinking that, you know, it's all really relevant to what your ideas, but it's great to hear other people's, and I've enjoyed it when I hang around at the moment.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. Alrighty, thanks team. See you, Richard and Kirsty. McGregor, there he is. Are you ready to go? We're just running a little bit early, or do you want to wait? Wait for a few minutes. That's all right. I'll see. Is Glenn here? Oh, there he is. Do you mind going first, Glenn? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Thanks. So we've got Glenn and Tania from the CBD group. Welcome. And presentation is just loading. Floor's yours, 10 minutes, and just save some time for questions.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having us. I'm here on behalf of the CBD group, which consists of an elected members to drive the Timaru CBD forward in a strong connection to all stakeholders in the CBD. Our successes so far have been the Matariki Night Market, Saturday Live at Strathallan Corner, Twilight Market in the CBD in November, a business improvement district which was formed in 2023, regular newsletters to all businesses and building owners to keep them informed with the activities that are going on, e.g. cruise ships and ours opening, etc. Active Experience Working Group, which organises and promotes events within the CBD. The significance of the CBD, the Timaru Central Business District, is the heart of the Timaru community. It is where we meet, shop and do business. And it also is where many of us work and are entertained. It's the focus point of Timaru. It has a connection to the bay. It's a hub of restaurants, cafes, retail stores and numerous other buildings, along with heritage buildings. The challenges that face our CBD: older buildings requiring earthquake work, empty shops, older infrastructure, and especially car parking, among a few. A meeting at the Bay in 2016 regarding a new development. At this meeting, a promise was made not to neglect the CBD and assurance was made that Council would continue to focus on developing the CBD. We request that the Council finalise, fund, resource significantly the master plan, which will protect the $4 million already invested in this plan and commit the $30 million promised in response to upgrade the CBD. Within this master plan, infrastructure upgrades and renewals to help grow the CBD, streetscape, public facility upgrade in accordance with the CBD master plan. The streetscape upgrade provides the environment where people want to be in and people want to come to the CBD. A periodic review of council-controlled regulations that affect the CBD to ensure those regulations support residential and commercial development, align with each other wherever possible and desirable, are effective and efficient. Continue to advocate the CBD is well serviced by public transport. We also ask that the Timaru Council establish a Timaru subcommittee aimed at advancing the growth and development within the CBD. We believe Timaru City Town Subcommittee will provide critical political leadership and oversight of the implement of the CBD master plan. The Town Centre Subcommittee will bring the issues into political focus and ensure the Council are at the forefront of the master plan. We want to form a positive and constructive relationship with the TDC and all other stakeholders within the CBD. I'll hand over to Tanya, who's going to have a wee talk about the Business Improvement District. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to check how this thing works. Tēnā koutou katoa. I've come along today, I'm no longer on the CBD group, but was heavily involved with the Business Improvement District planning and consultation and going to vote. So I've come along because I really want to ensure that the bid is progressed and that Council support the voice of the people who voted in favour for its establishment early last year. The CBD group are committed to the success of all stakeholders in the area, but primarily to the business operators and landowners to ensure economic success, which is exactly why the Business Improvement District policy was introduced by Timaru District Council. And so I just want to run through, I guess, a few key things. I've got 3 key things that I want to talk about, and the first thing is about when we went to consultation, the key messages and takeaways that came up from the CBD community. The first thing was accountability. They're actually sick of people consulting to them, having conversations, making promises or taking feedback and not delivering on it. So for us it was really important that we got this bid to vote last year and that it went through, regardless of what the outcome was. And we were lucky, we had a successful and an overwhelmingly positive outcome to that. So for us, now that the people have voted and they've voted in favour of the bid, it's our responsibility to show accountability, which was the other thing that came up, and make sure that we do get this across the line. And I'll talk about the results that came through as well, in case none of you have had the opportunity to see what those results were like. Collaboration was a really big thing. So actually, again, consultation is great. They love consultation. But they need to know that they've got a consistent voice, and the bid will do that for them as well, that annually we must report and show accountability to them, and as Business Improvement District participators, they actually get input into that as well. And then the next key thing was return on investment. If they're going to put money into this, they want to know what outcomes are going to be achieved and that actually their businesses do have every opportunity to thrive. The consultation, so we had a database of 200 businesses, 85 landlords. We went out, we had 2 consultation meetings, and I've just given you the 3 key takeaways out of that. We then had to make specific polling results. We had to get 25% of the members in the district to vote, and we actually had a voting poll of, that says 66%, I thought it was 68. 66% of people in the district turned up and voted. And that's pretty cool because I think local elections were about 47% or around 50, I think. And 75% of those people voted in favour. The capital value of that area had to exceed 50% and it got up to the 75%, matching the people that voted for it to be in favour as well. So if that's not a favourable vote, then and you know, feedback, then I don't know what is for us not to progress. We've had a bit of kickback from some organisations around the town who didn't vote or don't support this because they're worried about the additional cost on businesses at the moment. But if you look at this, 58% of people will pay $390 to $492 a year. Now, I think that's about $7 for $390 a year. It's about $7 a week. When we consulted on this, we talked to people about not thinking that it was a rate, because effectively it's a rate because the council collect it and give it to the Business Improvement District to use for funds, but it's actually a marketing cost. We think of this as soft infrastructure, that it is about promoting this area as a collective, and that is how ultimately it will thrive. So $7 a week of your marketing budget transferred to the bid is not a big deal. We also, if we look at the upper end, so 58% will pay $380 to $490, 20% up to $600, and 13% will pay up to $800. Now, there's 4% of people that will pay actually over $800. And one of the key stakeholders in our district, which is, I will announce this because it's listed what their capital value is, so the Farmers building in town is worth about $11 million. They will pay $2,800 a year for this. Now, we consulted with the landlords of that building, who said that they were prepared to pay that amount and not pass it on to their tenant. And the reason that they want to do this is because they want to pay it forward for all the other small businesses who don't have big marketing budgets, and that is part of the issue that we have in CBD, that people literally can't compete with big box marketing to promote their business and get that foot traffic in there. So they've said, we're going to support you, we're going to pay it, we're not going to pass it on, we want to see others do well, because they recognise that for long-term success, everybody has to be doing well for people to choose to want to do business here, particularly when we get to those big volume, big box operators that a lot of people are scared of. But they do bring the foot traffic in. So they don't, farmers as a business, they don't need the marketing spend either. They've got a big powerhouse behind them, but they do want to see other businesses do well. The bid objectives, I just want to touch on this, is we talk about connected business community. So the CBD have been very successful in creating relationships. They've got the experience group, they've got people who come together every month. We send out monthly newsletters. This is about building on that, but it's also about building relationships and having resources to continue to work with the Timaru District Council, those business owners, landlords and other stakeholders. We really want to be able to wrap around businesses in the CBD and make sure, because tough times will happen and good times will happen. But if we can build them up and make them resilient and have networks where actually there is trust amongst each other, then that is really important. In regards to a thriving economy, we had to provide a marketing strategy that detailed out what we were going to spend this money on, and that was submitted to Timaru District Council as part of this process. We recognise that it can't just be funded on the people in the CBD though, and that we need to go out and find some funding, other funding and sponsorship to support this as well. And then the accountability, we're going to ensure that we are accountable, that we put somebody in place to run this thing and they're accountable to the Business Improvement District. As Grant pointed out, Glenn pointed out, we've had a number of events that are really successful in the CBD, and they will continue as well, but the bid's main objective is to ensure economic sustainability, which is supported by the connected community and that social diversity. And then we don't need to go through this. This was just some extra slides, and I think I've now gone over time. Any questions?
That's right. We've got time for one question. Who wants the one?
Michelle.
Yeah, Councillor Pike.
Thank you for that. We seem to get conflicting feedback from your group and the Chamber of Commerce. So just wanted to understand a little bit about what members do you have in common, and about the number, you said that 85 landlords were in your survey group and 66% of them voted, but how many of them are actually going to end up paying this rate versus the business?
Yeah, okay. I'll try and answer those in order, Michelle. So in terms of the Chamber and the CBD group, South Canterbury Chamber of Commerce support the wider business community in South Canterbury. The CBD is focused very much on the business improvement district that we identified, which is running from the top end of Stafford Street to the other end of North Street in a block out. It is also, our group is made up of a cross-section of retailers, which is probably an area that the Chamber don't have as representation in their group currently, and so I do believe that our group is more specialised and at grassroots level that have understanding of what is going on in that environment as well. We want to support the Chamber and work together as well. We see them as a partner. Obviously, they want to see thriving businesses as well. And we think that we can work together, but they have put it out there that they would like to see the council foot the bill for this, which would be great. So if you guys do want to pay and we don't have to pass on the bill, we'll take that, thank you. But our standpoint is that something needs to be done. And if we do nothing, then nothing's going to change. And we have the power to be able to do that, and we have the backing of the group. In regards to the vote, sorry, there's 85 people on our database, yes, that represent about 220 properties, I think, were sitting in the Business Improvement District area. And some of them do own, and that shows that some landlords own more properties. Now, the other point I would make is that one of the landlords who did vote in favour and drove that result does own a high number of properties in the CBD, and again, he wants to see the CBD thrive so that he can get tenants in there. So again, he's seeing the long-term view. He's only going to charge people what people are prepared to pay to be in those buildings anyway, so regardless, he's going to carry that cost. Have I missed any other question? Thank you.
No, that's great. Thanks, team. Really appreciate that.
Cool.
We need to keep moving, so I appreciate the submission and the passion for the CBD. We need to, thanks, Dean, thanks, Tanya. We need to go now to McGregor. Welcome, McGregor. How are you?
Good, thank you, Nigel.
Congratulations on your retirement from local government, and here you are back in front of local government.
Yes.
So 10 minutes, McGregor, and I'll give you a bit of a heads up about minute 8, if you like.
Well, I'm here, of course, as just a ratepayer, and but I'll give you a wee bit of my background, and so that you know that I'm not sort of dreaming up some of this stuff. All right. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is McGregor Simpson. A personal word about myself for those that do not know me. Local government is the hub of government and very important. My interest started when I was studying law at Canterbury University and worked for the Waimarie County Solicitors for 4 years. I also worked at one time in 1973 as an accountant at Selfridges in Oxford Street, London, until a bomb went off in the place in the shop. And I thought it was quite a dangerous place to work. And I've also worked at Washdyke for 11 years, and so know Timaru quite well. It has great potential as a major port for all of New Zealand. And I've also spent 9 years on road construction in the area. So I know what a pothole is. I started on the TDC as an elected representative in 1992, and I've just retired. Going to the consultation submission form, I'm in favour of, in the first views of option 2 and possibly option 4. My idea is that the Timaru District Council should freeze its current debt and start immediately reducing it. It is unacceptable for the end of year annual balance sheet to have the total income, that's the expenditure, and red ink and not blank ink. Currently, because of the economic times that exist, local ratepayers cannot afford continual rate rises. Many are struggling now to pay their rate accounts and do not have deep wallets. This is causing social problems for individuals, which in turn affects the retail premises of the community. And the second thing about balance income and costs, and I've got other. Stop employing bureaucrats, e.g. so-called advisors, specialists, consultants and experts. I've heard a consultant qualified as a person who looks at their navel in the morning to see if they're breathing or not. Last year, the TDC spent $34 million on these individuals. Employ people who have knowledge and ability to do the job they were employed to do without relying on consultants. And especially, you could easily employ a very good, get the gear together and employ a very good road gang. And if they got a bit too much work, you get in consultants. But a consultant, or get in a contractor. But a contractor, of course, doesn't do a job just at cost. He makes a profit as well. And so that's one way that there's enough of roads in the district for the council to employ their own road gang. And when councils have employed their own gangs, they have been very, very good workers, because they know that they'll get their ear chewed if they make a mistake. For example, the TDC can seek advice from knowledgeable locals who understand the problems and the environment they live in, e.g. farmers who live beside rivers and streams, builders, retailers, road makers and forestry people. My father once said to me that if you buy land to farm on in an area, ask the oldest farmer for good advice. Over the page, the option that you chose there is probably about as good as the others. And balancing user pays with common good. Option 1. Entrance fees to council facilities should remain as they are. Then more people will use the swimming pools, parks, facilities as they are affordable. This benefits all parties. The council with increased income and poorer income families can give their children a more normal life of physical exercise and social communications. And other information, I would say that I'd like to see the representation of the Timaru District Council needs revising to 7 members from the Timaru Ward, 2 members from the Temuka Ward, 2 members from the Geraldine Ward, and 1 member from Pleasant Point. There are 12 councillors, and of course, 1 mayor elected by the total population of the Timaru District. The Geraldine Ward, which is over half the area of the Timaru District, should have 2 councillors as before, because of the large area they need to supervise. I live at Peel Forest, but I do very little and rarely in the likes of Hilton or Cockahoo. And those people would rarely ever be at Peel Forest or Arundel. And when I was on a councillor, I used to deliberately go to Pariora twice a year because, especially on a sunny day, just wander around the streets to find out what was going on in the place, and people would come out and wonder who this guy is, what is he as a... is he a bailiff or something? And they would come out and yarn to me, and so I actually found out about what was going on in the place. And I appreciated then what a big place and what a lot of work that councillors and council staff have to do. And so I'm against local government amalgamation because of the size. It's too large a proposal. Waimate and Mackenzie districts have different communities to Timaru. They're different type of people, and they tend to be quite individualistic. And so I don't think that they would like to come down and swim in Caroline Bay because they've got Lake Tekapo and all other places to go. So that's about all I have to say. I mean, we do the best we can, and I know there's a lot of legislation which has started to become really anti-local government, and that's got to be changed too. And there's only one other thing too I might add about the area, the Geraldine area, is the erosion from the Rangitata River. Since I was a child and lived up at Peel Forest, I think I've worked out that there's 600 acres of land between the Arundel Bridge and Mount Peel has disappeared into the river. It was top land, it was 8 stock units an acre, and that the country and the people and the community cannot afford loss of land. And so I would like to see also that the control of the rivers and all different rivers be restricted to people that live within 10 kilometres or 6 miles of the river, and that they have people that are right the whole length of the river, because we can't afford to lose top ground to create boulders. And I should know because the land I had in Ferry Road, 152 1/4 acres it was, and it was nearly that when I got it in 1985. It's now 79, and that's just about makes me cry. Thank you.
Thanks, McGregor. Questions for McGregor team? No, but thank you. Oh, sorry, where? Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson. Go for it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Always love hearing from you, McGregor. It's always heartening to hear from you and your views on what's going on in the community, which is fantastic. Just one wee correction there, though. We did not spend $34 million last year on consultants. Just a wee correction. It was a report released in 2022, and it was 34 million, over the previous 5 years.
Oh, previous 5. Sorry about that. Yes.
I knew you'd want to know.
Oh, yes. Whew.
That's all right, but I will take the opportunity to thank you for your long service with the local government. You've served as a councillor previously, and you've served for a long, long time on the Geraldine Community Board, so I really appreciate your service. And for those in the room that aren't aware, McGregor's just retired off the Community Board and will be due a by-election in the coming months, but we appreciate all the work that you've done in championing the Geraldine community and the district as well.
Thank you very much.
Righty, we have Chris Konings. Croning. Here we go. Welcome, Chris.
You sure? I thought it was someone else.
No, we moved it around a bit, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So 10 minutes and save some time just at the end for questions. I'll give you a heads up about eight minutes if you're still chatting.
Good afternoon, Your Honour, the Mayor and elected councillors, staff and public. I'm the Eco Centre Biodiversity Facilitator, working with community groups and agencies like TDC, DOC, ECAN, on a Ministry for the Environment project looking at the best ways to align engagement between all of these groups to benefit Indigenous biodiversity, so that we obtain the best bang for our buck. So my background includes science, education, church leadership, change management, and I've recently upskilled in a Master's in Environmental Policy and Management. But today I come to you as a ratepayer, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I understand we need to live within our means, balance the books, and I want to applaud the approach that you've taken with finding the right balance. My biggest issue is the metrics that you've used. It's all very financially driven. It's all based on what are the costs, and yet I see two significant areas which I don't see adequately accounted for: the environmental costs and the social costs, as well as the benefits. There's always social benefits and costs, and environmental costs and benefits. All three are integral in achieving a truly balanced budget: economics, social and environmental. I know the volunteer inputs are considerable from our local community, but I don't see where they are accounted for in this balancing exercise. What Council expects from the public appears to be only financial in the form of rates. What are the non-financial expectations on our community? Are we grateful for the hours and hours and hours of community input into things like responding to this long-term plan, for instance? The trapping that goes on in our community, the multitude of volunteering that occurs. We stand on the shoulders of giants who have provided our community with great amenities, leadership, foresight, and good old-fashioned hard work. The new playground at Caroline Bay is an example, something done by the public. Perhaps this volunteer model needs to be supported more and enabled and factored into council budgets for some of the community projects that we want to achieve. The environment also gives us its productivity, its life, its space. Without it, we wouldn't be able to live here. I implore you to consider, when making calculations, to involve perhaps a different perspective that asks, what are we taking from the environment and what are we giving back? Nobody likes someone who just takes without any reimbursement. Eventually they stop or they fight back. Is the environment any different? In my experience, there is always a price to pay somewhere to reach that balance. So I ask you to consider what the environment is putting into this equation. Give it a value if you must, and also give the social aspects a value too. Then see how things balance. Our environment is forgiving, but it has a breaking point, which we need to be prepared for as much as possible. The environment needs our care, like people need hope and a way to contribute that is not just financial. If you want to find balance, you must consider all three of these areas, not just the economic. This can be seen by where we spend our resources. Where do we direct them? What we value, we spend money on. So how many positions and resources are dedicated to, for instance, biodiversity or building resilience to climate change? So please consider the balance in finding the right balance. I think that's about all I have to say, really. Hopefully that's clear. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Councillor Pye.
Thank you, Chris. I'm always keen to look for efficiencies, and I see you already have a biodiversity role with the Eco Centre. Do you think there is scope to share resources across communities, whether it be different councils or across community groups, and what might that look like? Because I'm worried that you have your role, you know, if council decides to have another biodiversity officer role, you're just kind of working in competition almost with each other.
I don't think we'd be in competition. I think there is a need for, I think the job is big enough that it needs more than one person anyway. I would love to see more working together between councils and the likes of ECAN and DOC. And I'm, in my position, I'm sort of the meat and the sandwich. And there is some work that goes on that is integrated within the agencies, but there's a whole lot of stuff that just isn't. And it seems that we're repeating things, or we're not backing up what's already been done. And so we have to redo it. Or we're spending more and more resource on something that if we did it right the first time, it wouldn't need to be done again. Does that answer your question?
Further questions on this side? No, Chris, I'm interested in your submission. You reference major impacts were spelled out in Table 2.1 of the first report on the Timaru District climate change strategy. It's simply unacceptable that TDC has taken no action on these huge issues. So I'm interested on 2.1, the table, because a lot of these things are across, you know, many parts of central government, community and what have you. And unfortunately the room doesn't have this in front of them, but I'm interested to see specifically what hasn't council done that you think should be done relative to...
Which paragraph was that on my...
In number 4, you reference impacts spelled out in Table 2.1. So some of the impacts, the major ones are increased air temperatures, increased seawater temperatures, increased freshwater temperatures, temperature rises making overseas areas uninhabitable, overseas markets demanding that New Zealand products are produced in climate-friendly ways, increased competition from low-emission foods, etc. So I'm just interested, and it does go on, where have we let you down relative to 2.1?
I think there's a lot more that can be done on those things. Like, there's been an attempt, but I just need I think there's more room for more improvement in there. I don't know whether it's any specific aspect, but I think there's just a whole lot of stuff that needs to be done there.
Yep, no, that's all good. Yeah, I agree that we can work better together. I'm just conscious that not everything sits with council, and there's multiple opportunities for leadership in this space.
There is, yeah.
Any further questions from the team? No, awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate that, and your good comments in regard to that biodiversity side of your role as well. That's interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Cheers. All righty. Back to... Technically have a break, but there's lots of people here, so we might just keep going if people are comfortable. Next on the list is Jerry. Are you happy to come up? And that submission is page 192. The floor's yours, 10 minutes.
Kia ora koutou katoa o te rā ātaua. Welcome everyone and hello on this beautiful day. In 1972, most of the councillors were probably toddlers. There was a scientist called Yaffermans, and he spoke of the ecological footprint for the first time ever. 1972. In the late 70s came the Report Club of Rome, and then there was a very brave man called Dan Owl, and he was a prime minister, and there were some other issues, and there was an oil crisis, and he was resisting all the hand-wringing of the big businesses, of the cities, the car owners, and he said, look, we are going to cycle. We are going to change the cities for people. We're going to let you move, not in cars, but on bicycles. It took about 20 years for a very extensive cycle roads everywhere in the Netherlands. We're talking about the Netherlands. And I've heard the word eye-watering, talking about our cultural heritage. Well, I'll tell you an eye-watering number. Now it's close to 5 billion New Zealand dollars that they have on tourism and cycling in the Netherlands. Now, I'm not saying that we can do that, but it's the bravery. And so I would like to see some bravery from the council and say, look, you know, and there were many submissions, and I know it is very difficult because people are suffering and they say they haven't got enough money. But if we're talking 1972, that's my generations and generations coming, and there has been a pushback. So even if you would try to do something about the environment, very big groups and powerful people have to start, push back, it's costing too much, we shouldn't be doing it now. One of the examples is that I've been here before, and it must have been probably 8-9 years ago, that I asked the council to say, be an example, start putting some solar panels on the council buildings. And the answer was, now is not the time. Well, actually, it was the time then, because now we're looking at what we haven't done. So it's about time that we are doing things. And with that background in mind, I'm looking at that and I've said, yep, keep the 2.5 debt cap. I think it's probably very scary to go in more debt, and because then you've got nothing to fall back on. But we are, as a society, as residents, as everybody in the world, basically, we are responsible for how we let things go for so long. So I really believe that we have to start paying up, no matter what. And that's why I don't believe that the rates should go down in year 2 and 3. I really believe they should be up, and that we need to build up some resilience, some financial resilience, but also start to do things now. It's 50 years ago, we should have started doing things. And if we haven't done it all this time, then we'll never do it. So I really believe now is the time, and now is the time to be brave. Having said that, the word ratepayer is a bit odd because I think it's a bit exclusive. Some people might feel left out. A lot of people that are in rentals think that they're not ratepayers. So I like to talk about residents and be inclusive, because we're not sitting here just for ourselves. We're sitting here for every individual. And the spirit is there. If you look at all the people that are doing voluntary work, we managed to get that beautiful playground together as a community. So we do want to do it, but there is that little bit of choice. Yeah, I like that project, so I'm doing it there. And then the environment seems to be, too hard basket, too difficult to understand, or maybe it's not going to happen in my lifetime. Well, we've seen lots of things happening. And when we have a huge flood, people are looking to the government to help them and say, oh, look, I'm not insured, or, oh, good, I can't pay for all this. And I think, okay, that's all very well possible, but maybe we could have prevented some of this. And so I rather believe in prevention, so that we're not going to wait until something else is happening again, the big earthquake. So that's why I think my solar panels come in. If we can build resilience in that way and say, okay, things might be bad, but at least we might have some places where we still have our own energy provisions. And so, yeah, work together with other organisations. But don't forget the real poor people, the people that are very, very low income, that really are struggling, and that we look at it and say, look, we need to protect those while we go further, because I'm not a rich person, and I think there are people that are able to afford those higher rates. It's something that you don't like to spend on. You rather spend it on a new pair of shoes or maybe a new couch. But there are other things that you need to spend money on too. And if you want to live in a good environment and have good roads and everything that you see around you, then we all pay for that together. And you can't expect that to happen without having any input yourself. And I must applaud actually the CBD group and the business or the property owners that they like to help small businesses. That's good to hear. It's good to hear, actually. I was online this morning, so I've been watching other people and listening to them, and you learn a lot, because sometimes you go, oh, I didn't think of that. That's interesting. So, and it's and that's how I hope that you've looked at our things. And that's why, that's why it's really important. But it's also important to have something in your own environment. Having to travel an hour or 2 hours, or actually 4 hours if you want to go to Christchurch to a show, that's not for everyone. We need culture in our own environment as well. That's really, really important. And to call these things eye-watering is kind of an emotion thing. Oh, that's really too expensive. We're talking at a budget over the next, the long-term plan, 600 million, and then what is 25 million for a theatre that's going to last us for many generations? If you want to attract people to the area, you have to offer something too. It can't be just boring. And we're not all sports people, so some of us, do appreciate culture. So I really support that. So that's the 80-20 split that I'm happy with. It was interesting, going back in time, 1975, a Ministry for the Environment Protection was formed in the Netherlands. And all we've had since that time were interest groups who were trying to stop things as much as possible. And that means that we're all responsible. We have to work together with ECAN, and you can't say, I'm a farmer and I need my land and whatever, but sometimes, we all may have to give something in order to get a better future. So you've read this, and so that's easy to go by. So I just wanted to have this personal pleading for some personal things and seeing the human things around this, and that you all keep that in mind, and that you're all going to be very brave in the next couple of days.
I like it. Thanks, Jerry, and we appreciate your engagement through the consultation period as well. Questions for Jerry? No? That's
very
awesome.
clear.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your involvement. We were due a break, but we're not going to take a break. But I'm conscious that there's people out in the foyer. Could we just maybe take 2 minutes and just check if there's anyone out there that thinks they can't find a seat, because there's plenty of seats in here. So we'll just pause for 2 minutes and see if we can find some people out there a seat.
stairs. When I was able, I started back at the gym. The discipline of being able to go a couple of times a week and the strength exercises, the balance, the coordination, all that came back. I can now participate fully in all the other activities which I've always loved. I have the gym and the people that I share it with a huge depth of gratitude. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Of course, the benefits of the gym is location. The first one I've got up there is the Village Cafe. The reason I put that up there is as soon as we finish at the gym, we then head down. We've got a table booked at the Village Inn 4 days out of 5, and there's 10 or 20 odd people can sometimes turn up there. We all go and have a coffee. Then we leave there, we go to the supermarket, do our shopping. Of course, we've got to get the drugs to take away the aches and pains. We then pop into Henry's and we get a wee nightcap that we might need a little bit of pain relief when the drugs aren't working. Of course, as we know, it's handy to bike there, and of course the parking is great. So we all get that benefit there. And I think the thing too that I also haven't got in there, but it's very social. The gym gives many people a sense of belonging, and for many they have lost their partners as well, or their spouse, or they just want to get out of the house. So the gym certainly has that there for us. The health benefits you can just see there. I don't need to go through all of those. You can see though that chronic diseases, what they have there, strokes, heart attacks, fewer falls. Of course, bone loss. Stronger bones mean less falls, less fractures. It also aids in our balance. Of course, brain health, we all need that. Better sleep, immunity, and zest for life. You can see there exercise can reduce the cost and the burden on other health systems that we're already trying to keep away from. As we know, your health account is like your bank account. The more you put in, the richer you do get, yes, but the more you take out. Simply put, exercise makes us feel good and creates an overall sense of well-being. The new plan. Previously in the LTP, we as gym users were never consulted with what was happening on the new plan, so there was those ones that up there. We have the hockey, of course, we have school programs, we have the netball, we have a number of other basketball. We actually have functions there. The sports awards is obviously held up there, which is great, badminton and volleyball. And do you know they even do car shows up there? Absolutely amazing place. The gym? No room for us. So I just want to go to the vision that we've got here in the Timaru Positive Ageing Strategy, that the vision in that they'll say, the Timaru district is the ideal place to grow older and lead valued, connected and fulfilling lives. The goals are, value the wisdom and experience of our older community members, support people to live independently in the community as they age, provide appropriate and accessible public spaces and buildings for us to go. The gym closes. That slide says it all, doesn't it? Declining health, mental health, and the biggie of all, loneliness. And anybody's experienced loneliness, they'll know what a bugger of a thing it is in life to live with. And these three things are some of the contributing factors of why our health system is in a little bit of dire straits. The greatest wealth is our health. So, if we do move, the gym closes, what are the other options? Well, as you can see, the car park at Sea Bay looks pretty bloody chocker there. The queue to get in at Performance doesn't look good either. And there we go, all trying to fight for some machines. You see, no other option. 50 odd people turning up at 9 o'clock every morning, 4 or 5 days a week to a circuit class. There is no way any other gym could house us on top of their already programmed classes. So how would they ever be able to fit us in? The reason we go there is also affordable. We do not stop exercising because we grow old. We grow old because we've stopped exercising. So in the end, it's not the years in your life that count, but it's the life in your years that count. Enjoying our golden years, staying connected, staying positive, staying active, staying healthy, staying upright, and staying alive. And this last slide is the reality of what I've just said and what we're trying to avoid. It says it all, doesn't it? Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Sue.
Thanks. Well, I'm Sue Harricks. As our submission states, you, the Timaru District Council, are currently deliberating over the options of building a new facility or upgrading the current facility at Aorangi Park. We, the senior members of the stadium, do not want to move. This gym caters for not only our physical well-being, but also our social and mental well-being through the friendships that we have forged and the community that has formed around this gym. For some of our members, this is the only real social activity they have all week. The stadium is easy accessible venue with a lot of members walking or biking to classes. It also has great parking areas attending. Other users are the Muslim women and men using once a week, and also a teenage group. Some other sports codes use it spasmodically during the year. The Live Strong for Longer program aims to prevent falls in older people and allow them to remain confident, healthy and independent in their homes and community. There is a criterion for strength and balance classes to gain a tick and to be accredited. This gym meets the tick. In the resourcing strategy implementation, it is stated that local authorities identify opportunities to modify existing facilities and ensure that the new facilities cater for the needs of the older adult users, who often have declining physical abilities. South Canterbury's population demographic has the higher than average of older people than the rest of the country. At present, we are standing around the 25% mark, and it is projected by 2030 to be nearly 1/3 of us over 65. Most of those people are in the Timaru area, so the need for this gym will only increase. The financial sustainability of this facility will be the key consideration, given the increase in residents on fixed incomes due to the ageing population. The council will need to adopt a higher usage of this facility so a lower cost model covers all the costs. In other words, more people, including different codes, using the gym would keep the costs down. The World Health Organization has 10 important characteristics of a healthy community. This includes access to quality health care and education, affordable housing, safe neighbourhoods, clean air and water, access to healthy food options, opportunities for physical activity and recreation, and a sense of community belonging and social connection. Now, that was written on 18th of June 2023. Our gym covers 4 of those 10 characteristics. And on a more personal note, I am looking forward to the next 15 to 20 years, and new councillors will be looking forward to using these facilities, and I tend to be there to greet you at the door. Thank you.
So you're being a bit generous. 15 to 20 years? Looking at these councillors, I'm not sure.
5 to 10.
Alrighty, thank you, ladies. Questions, Councillor Burt.
I'll try and make it a question.
Question, please.
So we're always empty here, and you know that in our normal meetings. So if we supply some exercycles and the other 3 strands, so if we coffee, drugs and alcohol, are we going to see all you people show up for these meetings? No. Thank you very much. It's great to see that people care and get out there and actually come in here and let us know exactly what's going on and have that support from this obviously very connected group.
Can I say something? Why don't you, the councillors, come up on a Monday or even a Thursday morning and come and see us in action? We sound a bit dull, this gym, and I know you're thinking, oh God, the oldie's rolling out again, but the music's pumping. We're talking, we're trying to exercise. We exercise the whole body, mostly the jaw, but we do it. We sing, we dance, we exercise. We are a fun group. So come along, bring your leotards and come and join us.
If we come once, does that mean we get an invite to the Christmas party?
Oh, we can work something.
We'll go Councillor Scott, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the 143 submissions that have come forward, and it's a testament to your group, so I applaud you on that. One of my, I have been part of the reference group for the Arangi Park redevelopment, and I'm sorry that you feel like your voice hasn't been heard. My understanding was you were represented at the table for the last couple of years, and definitely the gym has always been a focal point and a talking point about how best to create that space so it continues. And I can assure you that last month, I think at the last council meeting, it was raised, and we can't even get it into a concept and out to tender. So I assure you that we are listening, and that definitely the gym is not off the table. So I can assure you we are definitely still looking at the best way to utilise and provide that space for you all. My second question, well, that wasn't a question, sorry, that was a statement, but I just wanted to reassure you and thank you for your submissions. My question is, though, have you made an approach to CBay to personalise a program for your user group? And that's just a question, because I'm not a gym goer, but I just wondered, you said that it wouldn't fit your group, but have you actually been to CBay and said, what could you do for our user group?
I think they'll answer that question very quickly. Well, those ones there will say, no, we haven't. But I think the reason that they haven't was because we talked about location and those sorts of things. And I think to house 50 people, I don't even know whether CBay has 50 pieces of apparatus in one circuit that would actually be able to house us in that time. At 9 o'clock on a CBay every other day, there's a lot of people that do other classes up there. So I think that would be a massive, you saw the slide, the car parking, the queues to get in, to fit 50 people on any one circuit. I just don't know whether that would be an option, but I suppose we can't...
There are, well, I'm not a CBay, my children swim, I don't go to the gym, as you can probably tell, because I don't have biceps, but I do think that the gym is unutilised. There are spaces there, so it would be a really good exercise, and I challenge our officers to look at on something like that, but I agree that it's location that is the important thing for your user group, and I acknowledge.
I think one of the things that it blows me away is that gym is not advertised. I mean, there is a lot of people who would utilise it during the day, a lot more than what it is being utilised now, and I just can't understand why it just hasn't happened.
I think it comes a point too that you talk about other gyms. I think it comes a point, to be fair, that for a lot of us, it is the location, and people just, like that community network, and I don't think that they would feel that at another place. I'm just not sure that they would. If I said to these guys, would you be prepared to go to CBay, what would they all say? I think, you know, yeah, that's, yeah. So I think, and the other thing, just a point I just want to make is that, you know, you're catering for netball, and I get that. I was a netball parent, hockey parent, basketball, so we've been down that track. So totally get it. But I think we are asking for one place, one space that we want to be able to continue our old age years and to continue standing upright. And that's what these guys want, and that's why I've been the spokesperson for them.
Question from Councillor Booth. Any others? And then we'll keep going. No, Councillor Booth.
So do any of your other your members actually go to Sea Bay now, perhaps swimming or the spa or the coffee shop? I mean, there are at least 50 pieces of equipment in the Sea Bay. There's also 2 large rooms which are for activities, and spin classes. It's got a whole lot of stuff. So I guess I'm wondering, it's a bit like the pool discussion where we were going to build the thing. So there was people that just wanted to have it up there because of the location. And so...
No, that's
so
not
now,
the only reason.
The big negative for Sea Bay is that we can't bike there and walk there. Is one big issue because you've got to cross the main road, which, you know, the showgrounds is demonstrating it's a real hassle for them. That would be one of the main complaints. It's the only gym in that area of town. We seem to have managed to push everything out to the coast as far as activities go. And yet the town's growing inland.
Yeah, I guess the car park is full at 6 o'clock in the morning at Sea Bay, but after that 7 o'clock, it's actually, there's plenty of parking. And I assume that you guys are actually going there.
I think too, though, that I do go to a couple of swimming classes down there, or swimming, you know, aqua jogging classes and those things. So yeah, but the car park is pretty full. I think the point is that we just want to. You've considered netball, hockey, car shows, basketball, you know, covering and all those things. These oldies, or us oldies in our golden years, we just want a facility where we can all go and have that in our golden and in our dying years, possibly, you know, because a lot of those people, we've got people who are 90 that come there, so, you know, and that for them is that outing that they want. And the cafe, yes, at Sea Bay is good. Don't have a problem with the coffee there. It's good. But I'm not going to put these all these on.
There's no bottle store there.
There's no bottle store. Anyway.
I don't think we've got a lot of... I think we're at capacity at Sea Bay, potentially anyway. So, look, I appreciate everyone submitting. As Councillor Scott said, over 130-odd submissions. You know, this is democracy in action. This is just only one issue amongst a whole lot of other things across our district. So we'd love to see your passion and involvement with our local democracy across a multitude of what we do. But I appreciate your energy on this. The resolution from 3 years ago was for us to, sorry, I won't quote it word for word, but to keep a facility at Arangi Park. There is 2 options that are going out for a request for proposal. One affects the gym, one doesn't affect the gym to the same extent. We're working through the process. I know that the users, you're now part of the user group. We've got a meeting in the coming weeks, and so you'll certainly be a part of the process moving forward. So appreciate you all coming. We might just have a 5-minute break. If you want to leave, you're more than welcome, and if you want to sit through the next... as you can see, local government is exciting. The next sort of 40-odd minutes, you are more than welcome, but we'll just take a 5-minute break now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Need to get Sue back in here, mother, to tell you off. Alrighty, welcome back. Are we back on live stream, Stephen? All good to go? Welcome back again, thank you. I welcome now John Jackson. Welcome, John. John's submission was 256. Thank you. Apologies for just being off track there. And John, the floor's yours, and you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I'm John Jackson. Actually, I was born in Timaru. I've moved away twice, once in New Zealand and once away in Australia, and now semi-retired in Timaru. Actually, out of the three Sauvair Jacksons, there's 3 generations that are in Timaru. I'm myself and my wife, the only ones left. The others, I think, the others moved away, and because they're very concerned about the Theatre Royal not going ahead and the mayor's not going to vote. So I'm speaking to support the rebuild of the Theatre Royal. And I guess when I was putting this together, I got to thinking, and I've got a few slides, but I'm not going to show them at the moment, but I got to thinking that, you know, how many of the councillors actually get away overseas to other districts, whether it's in New Zealand or Australia, for districts and cities of similar size to Timaru, and just see what amenities they've got in those towns, and just to have and meet the people and just see, because I have been in and out with my job out of Tasmania quite a bit over the years, and recently of last year a lot of meetings in Devonport, and so I was quite taken with the some of the buildings and the redevelopment in Devonport, which is a very similar size to Timaru, and what they'd have achieved from what would have been probably a pretty ordinary industrial part of town down by the waterfront where they were redeveloped. And redeveloped with a new hotel in there as well. So perhaps if we just put that slide up, the next slide, and I'm sorry about the quality of the slide, may be pretty ordinary because I pinched them off Devonport's council website. So. And I just cut and paste, so if you can...
Clicker's just in front of you, right?
Oh, okay, so I've actually got it, sorry, I didn't realise. Yeah. So it just shows down in the front of the city, really, on the waterfront, which has been redeveloped, and you will see to the right there's quite a double-storey building there, which is council buildings, new council buildings, and the one on the left, which has got the causeway sort of that goes out over the waterfront there, is the new Novotel Hotel, and they've redeveloped that whole area, and so it's quite taken. So, and I've got a few more slides that will just show it, but if you in support of the theatre, if I look at the support of the Theatre Royal, I guess what I would prefer to see in the Theatre Royal would be to knock the whole lot over. I don't favour resurrecting any of it or the front of it or whatever. I'd just flatten the whole thing, and I would build a new purpose-built theatre. And why I say that is that, you know, generally when you're trying to save old structures, you're looking at the earthquake code now. When you start working on it, all of a sudden there's all these unforeseen circumstances that appear, all these unforeseen problems with foundations and subsoil, and just continues to add cost. And I guess if you look at that, there's no greater example than the Christchurch Cathedral. You know, started off at 68 million, it rapidly went up to about 200 million. It's now 268 million, and it'll end up with a 3 in front of it for sure. And again, unforeseen issues, and these costs generally run away. So that's what I favour a new theatre. If you look at and in the redevelopment of in Devonport, and you see that straight ahead there is the new council building, and on the right of them there's the older buildings that have been repaired or tidied up, and I mean they are there for you people that want to live in a museum. The one there, the shiny one, it's the people like me that like to see new purpose-built buildings from scratch. That actually is a council building as well, and I'm sure that in the top story there, the 2 rooms, there's 2 there, I'm sure the Mayor and the CEO have got a good view from the top there. And I'm sure the big one to the right is probably the council chambers. But it's a really good facility, and it's got meeting rooms in it, and obviously and large meeting rooms. So, but it just shows what can be done to me, and I'll just look at that and I think, wow, you know, you really, it's a real achievement to what it looked like originally when it was redeveloped. So what I'm saying is I'm sort of kind of encouragement to have a look elsewhere. Now I realise that with the theatre, it's probably already set in stone a bit because there's been quite a lot of work done already. And it may not, you've committed to cost and to actually start again or to look at a different site, because I mean, I don't know, I mean, I understand where you want to do it in the south end of town. For me, I mean, I'd put the thing somewhere in a more prominent spot with a heritage centre, perhaps even with some new council offices. I even know a guy that's got some land on the top of the Bay Hill that I'm sure I could broker a deal for you, and so it's a very good site. But I mean, I wonder, you know, myself. I just wonder if with the you know, the south end of town's a bit on life support to me. But anyway, it's just my thoughts. If you also look about new architecture, and then if you go back and say look at the Christchurch Town Hall, that was built in 1972. I mean, it must have been pretty, you know, pretty exciting and pretty fantastic bit of architecture in 1972 when it was built. So, you know, I just think there's an opportunity there in Timaru to actually make a bit of an architectural statement on a new build, really. That's what I'm thinking. So, and I guess if I would then, yeah, if I guess I look then with the museum, I mean, I guess with the theatre and the heritage centre, I mean, is a 10-year plan long enough? Is it when you look at this building, and I don't know what the earthquake rating on this building is and just how good it is, but if you look at long term with Timaru, is it better off to try and is it stuff that's spread all over town? Do you try to bring it together into one site? Do you look at longer out than 10 years on some of these rebuilds and how we're moving forward with the town and some of this infrastructure? I guess the other thing I will just finish off on from the Theatre Royal is that I looked at the results of the consultation, this long-term consultation submission results that are obviously on the website, and I actually disagree with the way they're presented. And if you wanted, you know, if you're looking at how to present something, so you're basically given a percentage a weighting to all the responses, and there's a rating here that did not respond to the question, you know, 16%. I mean, to me, if you didn't respond to the question, it shouldn't even get a rating. I would actually put that rating onto all the other questions. And in actual fact, what it would do is for your option 2, if you did that, you'd be putting it over about 80%. You'd be doing back then 80%. For 3 of those questions of option 2, that would put them all over 50%. So it's a black and white answer then. And there would only be one question there that would be shy of a 50% result. So that's really my comment. So open to any questions.
Brilliant, thanks John, and I like the pictures of the new offices as well. So questions for John? Councillor Booth.
I'll try and not put my foot in it, but this time. Yeah, so I guess, John, considering where we started at, say, 26 million and now we're up at near 60, really we probably should have looked at a new build. If you knew actually it was going to cost that much money in the first place, you'd probably have a multi-purpose facility, something like, yeah, it would include other stuff.
That one there, I don't think I've got it on the slide here. I did. That building there, 71 million Australian. Yeah, okay, it was quite a few years ago, but it's quite a statement. That's what I like, and I just like architecture that challenges the senses really, and all architecture should. You know, whether you like it or dislike it, it should be challenge the senses. And I just think, you know, that in Timaru we could have had the opportunity to do something and make a statement. Yeah. Yep.
Anything further, team? No, good food for thought as the team work through, and that decision on next steps is in early July. So not as part of this as such, but it's good to get the feedback through this process.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
No worries. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being involved. Thanks, John. Got now Sharon Newmarch. Welcome, Sharon. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
And Sharon's submission is on page 530 plus 7. Go for it. Floor's yours.
Well, I'd like to just thank you for the opportunity to speak on finding the balance for Timaru over the next 10 years. I'm just here in my personal capacity. I've just come in from work. So I've lived and brought up my family in Timaru for the last 20 years. We felt very safe here compared to where we came from. I'm a veterinarian and I also volunteer with the Penguins First Timaru, the community crop and Kakahu Bush as a way of giving back. This is the first time I've made a submission, but I did attend the meetings to discuss the Timaru climate change plan. I was motivated to attend those meetings and make the submission as a parent concerned for the future of our kids are facing. Every decision we make has environmental impacts, and acting to reduce those impacts is an ethical decision. It's not fair that our children should be left with expensive cleanups and rebuilds in the future from our inaction now. I agreed with all your preferred options on the big issues given. It appeared to me that there was one big issue missing. We are facing an environmental health crisis, and our kids are in the emergency department. When we found ourselves in the emergency department, we just need someone to do something to stop a further decline. I'm encouraged to see that I'm not alone, and many of the submissions are saying the same things in different ways. The community expressed the same sentiments 5 years ago. My attachments are the minutes analysing the results from the 2021 long-term plan when the community was asked how much the council should do regarding actions to mitigate and prepare for climate change. The questions posed to the community this year asked if the council had the balance right between infrastructure spending and community projects, activities and spending to mitigate against climate change and restore Timaru's natural living assets need to be clearly part of that balance. It is a big issue. We want to see how much of the pie is being spent on this big issue. I have read most of the current submissions and listed some of the actions council can take. It's a great list, and many of the climate change management strategy ideas for action are also in there. I would just urge council to consider even small positive actions accumulate over time, even when we are dealing with complex issues like climate change. My top pick from that list are solar panels on council buildings, library, art gallery, museums, and new theatre. It may be hot water panels to start with, and then electricity generating panels, and then storage could be added later. All these buildings mostly operate during the daytime. Once the investment is made, they've been shown to save money. In a dry year like this year, solar can displace coal for generating electricity. This indirectly supports our exporters by reducing their carbon footprint from electricity usage. Electricity generated from council buildings potentially could provide power during an emergency network outage. The vehicle fleet can transition to electric vehicles, and these have also been shown to cost less to drive over a lifetime. So this, in the emergency department, would be the equivalent of giving pain relief. I enjoy nature and appreciate the ecosystem services and well-being it provides our community. Protecting our biodiversity and restoring as much as possible is not a nice to have, but gives resilience during floods and droughts. Many submissions want more native trees planted, wetlands restored, and do not want the council to halve the funding for the significant natural areas. While the benefits from protecting biodiversity are slow to be realised and not quantifiable, they do more than pay for themselves in the services they provide, for example, flood protection and improved water quality along waterways. They give oxygen, literally. So back to our kids in the emergency department and us parents in the waiting room. It has been my experience as a veterinarian how important communication is with clients I deal with. Climate change has become a very emotive issue and a cause of anxiety to our younger generation, and will get more so. Targets and goals and a dashboard are a great way to inform the community on actions taken and progress. So is the Timaru District Council balancing future needs with present needs and wants? Is the big issue missing from the long-term plan? The answer to me appears to be no, and Timaru will be a less safe place to live for our kids because of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Questions for Sharon? I think your last sentence, though, summed up. I think we're not very good at communicating what we are doing within our plans as well. So submission on that, and yeah, certainly layers from other submitters on similar themes. So appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. Alrighty, we move now. Peter, welcome. And the attachment is page 428. Welcome, Peter. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your time slot and chance to speak to the long-term plan. I listened to your morning session on video link and very impressed with some of the speakers and the comments. My submission is rather wide-ranging, but I just want to concentrate really on the Theatre Royal. Councils are criticised for overspending, but I can only think of the big spend up on those slippery tiles in the CBD. Tile overkill. Hot mix does the job, less maintenance and more cost effective. Councils can also be criticised for lack of spending. The Theatre Royal, a good example. Very little has been spent on it over the years. Especially on the stage, back of the house, dressing rooms, back entrance and driveway, drainage and toilets. In contrast to the Oamaru Opera House, they have kept it maintained and made improvements, and it's a Grade 1 listed historic building. I've had a major rethink of the Theatre Royal upgrade and Heritage Hub and have decided that the $57 million price tag is too much of a burden for the Timaru ratepayers and too much of a burden for the council's debt level. And at this stage, it is at odds with what I've stated in my submission. I've changed my mind because the new government has asked councils to stop spending on nice to haves and just spend on infrastructure. The Theatre Royal has been part of Timaru's infrastructure for the last 100+ years and just needs some TLC, whereas the proposed Heritage Hub or museum is turning into an expensive nice to have. I would prefer just a Theatre Royal upgrade and put on hold the Heritage Hub, then use the vacant land around the theatre as car parking and landscape. That's what you've been saying all along, Councillor Jackson. The Theatre Royal has been out of action for a long time and has been missed as the Caroline Bay Hall is too small to stage major events, but is a fine backup. Oamaru have their Opera House and Ashburton their Events Centre, so Timaru needs the Theatre Royal back in action. The Theatre Royal upgrade would then be more in line with what is happening at the Agantai Art Gallery. The old house is being earthquake strengthened and given a makeover to bring it back to its former glory. And I've just, at the end, I've also noticed the pay and display has been removed from the Timaru Library car park and replaced with a 120-minute free park, or 2 hours. Excellent move, Council. All of a sudden the library is busy, yet I still have no problems finding a car park. That's it.
Alrighty. Questions for Peter? No? You've wavered. You've changed your mind again, Peter, on the theatre. That's right.
I've changed my mind, and I hope the council does the same thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Alrighty, you've got now Michael, and I see Rowan's there as well. If you want to join us on behalf of the Pleasant Point Community Board, welcome. And that submission is 467. Floor's yours, team. Cheers.
Hello, my name is Mike Thomas, and on behalf of the Pleasant Point Community Board, I would like to present our submission to the Timaru District Council Long-Term Plan. The Pleasant Point Community Board seeks that the Timaru District Council include in the long-term plan funding for the Pleasant Point Cave and surrounding areas Strategic Plan 2023 to 2033. That funding is included in the long-term plan. The background for this, the development of the Pleasant Point Cave and surrounding areas Strategic Plan has been a large piece of work between TDC, Pleasant Point Community Board, and all members of the communities within our district. We've heard from many different groups, clubs, and people about what they think the strategic plan should look like for our community, and they have told us the things that matter most to them. We know these community groups and clubs have been using the strategic plan to assist with funding other projects outside of the projects that are specifically funded by the community board. The strategic plan has given us a clear direction for the future of our town. There are the 8 key objectives, which are now the guiding light for many of the decisions that we make for our community. The community board has currently got 3 projects underway through the first tranche of funding that was given to us by the Timaru District Council. One is the completion of a shared pathway around Pleasant Point Domain, which linked nicely with the cycle trail that's been completed from Washstrike almost through the cave now. The Halstead Road Playground upgrades, which will soon be called the Pleasant Point Adventure Playground. This is going to be a really amazing facility for us, and it also shows what value can look like when Timaru District Council does this in-house. So it was a really, really amazing outcome for not a lot of money. And the third one was a large-scale mural painted by a local artist on the Pleasant Point pool, which depicts the history of Pleasant Point and the surrounding area, and will make the pool look less like a prison cell and more like somewhere where people can come and enjoy themselves. All 3 of these projects meet the strategic plan objectives and are delivering very targeted improvements in our community with long-term benefits for all. We have a list of some potential projects. There were some ideas that we've had from different areas, continuing to fill the gaps in our shared pathway to create almost a nature trail through the township. 90% of it's probably already there. We just need to complete some of the small links. Investing in the Pleasant Point campground to include a dump station, which could then mean that the campground is open 12 months of the year. Currently it's only open from October to April. The dump station would then allow us to be able to have camper vans and the likes parked up there during winter. And then, continued support for the Pleasant Point pool. We obviously know that it's a pretty touchy subject, but if we don't do something with it, we're going to continue to get the same thing. So potentially we could look at adding more equipment or creating more events around the pool itself. And one of the other major points that come through the consultation was supporting large-scale events. So we have Get to the Point, we have the Christmas parade, we have the farmers market, but there's probably potential for another one in there somewhere as well. So whether it's food trucks in the park or something like that, that we could assist in getting off the ground, then those are the sorts of projects that we believe there's really high level of community engagement with those. So in summary, the Pleasant Point Community Board requests the Timaru District Council to continue to fund the Pleasant Point Community Board projects that arise from the Pleasant Point Cave and Surround Strategic Plan 2023 to 2033. The targeted funding is critical to the successful implementation of the strategic plan, and the Pleasant Point Community Board believes we are the best way to deliver real value to all stakeholders. We understand our community, their needs and their vision for the future of Pleasant Point, and we also understand and hear their expectations of Timaru District Council. We have a plan in place, we've got the support of the community, and we need the support of Timaru District Council. The Pleasant Point Community Board would also like to thank the Timaru District Council for your support of the Pleasant Point Cave and Surrounding Areas Strategic Plan 2023 to 2033 to date, and look forward to your continued support in the future. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks Michael and Rowan, appreciate that. Any questions for the team? Just a question in regard to, we've also had the submission in regard what's tied to the irrigation of the domain. I'm assuming the Community Board has support for that project specifically, but there was some sort of crossovers and thinking around the future of the court surfaces and where they might end up going around sort of future investment. Is that?
Yeah, so I think in that submission we're asking for an all-of-domain plan that brings all the clubs together to align their direction on what they do. At the moment it can be a little bit piecemeal.
Yeah. And
we want to try and do that in the most efficient and cost-effective way possible, and it probably starts with the irrigation, where we've already got all of the clubs contributing to that process.
Yeah, okay, cool. No, all good? All right, thank you, thanks Tim, appreciate it, and thanks for all your work out in Point. We now have Dr. Jill. And on behalf of the Friends of the Egantai,
Right.
welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Oh, yes, is that right?
Sorry, go for it.
Right. Good afternoon, Your Worship, eminent councillors and ladies and gentlemen. Since our last submission on the Egantai, we have witnessed positive progress on the seismic strengthening and restoration of the Egantai House Gallery. Our members have commented on the relief they have felt to see the scaffolding in place and a major milestone to have been accomplished. It's just been done so beautifully, and even the tiles that have been removed from the roof, which actually came from Marseille in France originally, they have been preserved so that we can utilise those in a form of heritage later on. We welcome the opportunities we now have to discuss this recent progress with staff from the Timaru District Council. In a recent monthly meeting of our committee, all members present were really unanimous in the decision to focus all our energy on the promotion of the House Gallery. The latter will include long-term plans for ways of celebrating the official opening of a beloved house that has been silent for over 7 years. Members of the Friends of the Egantai, also similarly to the Timaru District Council, perceive the latter to be thriving together. It's imperative that we do not lose traction now, during what is now considered to be an economic depression. As a community, I think we need such cultural pursuits for our mental health and our well-being as well. I think, too, the house should be considered not just as a location for art in all its diverse forms, but also for the other, the other additional activities that we provide, like Shakespeare in the sculpture gardens and the poetry recitals and the music as well. So we feel that, we are offering our public as much as we can in a cultural hub. Consequently, I think the Friends of the Egg and Tie are concerned by rumours that the interior of the house will not be completed within the budget allocated to it and not be included in what was called the refresh of the building. The walls and floors are of the utmost importance to the exhibition of the artwork. Just recently, billions were spent on the National Portrait Gallery in London, and the money that was spent on the carpet and the walls was quite excessive. But the reason was given that such things draw the eye to the artwork and support it. And we would like to see the gallery completely, the house gallery completely finished before we welcome people and celebrate our opening. We'd also like to receive confirmation that the discrepancy, which was mentioned at the last hearing, between the 2023 annual plan for the Egg and Tie of 3.7 million and the 2022, of 3.9 million has been addressed. And that, I think, was brought up by our past president, Juliette Crawford. The other issue that I think our members are particularly concerned about too is the modernisation of the 1978 and 1995 extensions which have been delayed. We would like to have a feasible date for our committee to work towards for the modernisation of the current art gallery. It's really becoming very evident that the capacity of the current infrastructure is sadly lacking, and I think many of you might have attended the Plunkett Art exhibition just recently, and basically the gallery was full to capacity. And we feel that we can welcome so many more people if we only had more room. The other issues with the art gallery, the modernisation, etc., really focuses on storage. You know, we are having a lot of artwork being bequeathed by many people. It seems that is a trend at the moment, and we just don't have the storage facilities. We have art in many different forms, whether it's paper art, paper work, it could be sculptures, could be pottery, and we are just running out of room. And the other area, I think, too, that we would really what can I say, we would really welcome some more space is for educational activities. Every school holidays, the Egg and Tie Gallery is full of children of all different ages enjoying different art forms. And more are coming. I mean, our population here in Timaru is growing, and we need to have those facilities, not only for storage, not only for exhibitions, but for the education of our young people and the next generation. I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to all the Timaru district councillors who have supported the preservation and restoration of our unique house gallery, one of the few that actually still exist in New Zealand. With this invaluable support, we will be able to successfully showcase the best of regional and national art in a domestic heritage setting. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Harland. Just on the fact you mentioned there about the Plunkett Art Show, so how many more events like that do you think you would be able to attract?
Well, I think there are a considerable amount if we thought we had the capacity. I mean, we had 200 people on the night of Plunkett, and there was very little room to manoeuvre. I think, too, we're being approached by different artists, etc. I think a lot of, exhibitions like Plunkett are actually promoting and publicising our space as well. So I can see that there would be, far more. And there are the different societies that actually support us as well, the Art Society, etc.
We'll go Councillor Booth.
In regards to bequeaths, do you take everything that you're offered, or do you actually have a bit of a culling system?
I think it is a bit of a culling, not a culling. I wouldn't use that word. I think it would be very much looking at the collection that we have and perhaps where the emissions are, etc. Perhaps ways that that new art could complement what we already have in the existing collection. And I think Cara Fitzgerald, that's very, what can I say, a very prominent thing that she's addressing, is that we have a very balanced collection.
And we actually have quite a significant selection of art that we've been bequeathed over the years too, haven't we? Quite, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
have a lot of very valuable art. It's just the space to be able to, present it to the public of all different age groups, etc. And I think, I think it's very important for Timaru as well, because really there are only 2 house galleries left. And I think when I first arrived in Timaru, from being in Otago University, that was one of the first places I visited. I have a love of art anyway, but to see art in a house setting is quite magical. It's quite different. It's quite intimate.
Good, thank you.
Just confirmation, I see in point 4 you're asking the extensions have been delayed. My understanding is we looked at putting a new gallery there and it was just too expensive, so
Yes.
it has been taken
Pushed
off the
on one.
table.
Uh-huh.
So it's not a matter of being delayed.
No,
There is
it has
no
been put-
feasible date at this stage because of budget constraints, was my understanding.
It's not in the 10-year
Yeah,
plan.
that's what I mean.
Yeah. Councillor Pye.
So we won't see any development on that at all for some years, or? Sorry, is that what you were saying?
Yeah, no, so it's not currently, the capital spend isn't currently budgeted in the next 10-year plan. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, how practical is it to hold something like the Plunket Art Show off-site? Because, we're talking about the new Heritage Centre having an exhibition room and an education room, and kind of, we can't be having exhibition and education rooms in every facility we build.
No.
But I just wanted to get from you, is that a practical solution or not?
Yeah, I mean, the only other way would be to perhaps limit the amount of tickets to the exhibition, which, obviously, all our promotion and everything else, that would be probably, the last thing we would do. But I just think that the art gallery setting and everything else is really, really important to a lot of these organisations like Plunket that have been with us, thriving together for many years now. We really do have an excellent relationship with them. Lovely. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Alrighty, last but certainly not least.
Don't look so terrified, Margaret. You're probably not going to need a question time because I'm really confident you're going to have me under no illusion of what way I stand on anything I talk about.
Welcome, Stu.
Put your earplugs in.
The floor's yours.
I'll better start me timer. Greetings, everybody. I wouldn't worry about looking at my submission thing there because most of this is very vaguely in that. So, yeah, I'm just going to cover a whole lot of issues to do with the CBD. Slippery tiles. This has been ongoing for 25 years. It was interesting that the new coating that was tried was tested in the one place, it was under the Oxford veranda, the one place in Timaru that doesn't actually get wet when it rains. So I did find that rather humorous. But in September 2021, you put the new tiles outside the old bank and the CML building. So I'm curious why that hasn't been carried on. You've done it on some selective corners. Why the current glazed terracotta ones haven't been replaced with those uncut, non-slippery ones. So I'm currently doing an inquiry under the Official Information Act to see how many ACC claims have been since they were installed in roughly 95 or 96 or whatever. So you'll get the answer to that when I find out. In the meantime, consultants. For many years, TDC's passed the buck to avoid blame on things and employed consultants, especially in regard to the CBD.
In February 2018, in this very room, I came and listened to a guy called Colin Bass, which some of you remember, the council paid to come and give us all these ideas about what we were going to do. And you paid him a load of money, and I don't know that any of them have actually been enacted, and now we're on another lot of people. It was interesting reviewing the notes that were made at the time of some of the things that people have made comments on, and one of them was about the public toilets down at by the old bank at the Strathallan corner there. Has the council ever given any thought to the fact that no one wants to eat their lunch outside of Donegal? It's just not pleasant. I mean, if you're going to upgrade the loos, look at changing that whole thing totally around. There was a lot of discussions on that at that particular Colin Bass thing. The South End, Mr. Booth, I'm specifically looking at you here because you constantly knock the South End. For those of you that don't believe in the South End, you'll be pleased to know that the block from North Street to Walton Street is currently 100% tenanted, which is the only part of the CBD that is at the moment. There's approximately 27 people living full-time there, and there's accommodation for another 76 people if you include the former Carlton, former City Hotel. So, and there's about 85 people that work there day to day in that. The next block down's not looking so flash, but our block's looking good. So, and for those of you that can remember what was, when you were all kids, McGrew Davies, in recent years, Keeman's Tools, if you need to go for a drive down the street on the other side of the street and look up at the moment, there's scaffolding on it. In 1958, there was aluminium framing put over and glass panels, and it was totally covered and then painted. It used to be blue and yellow squares, and they've just taken that all off and revealed the old facade behind it with the big old original windows and everything, and it's still got the original 1958 paintwork on there. It's looking pretty good. So that's my bit on the South End. Rating differentials. Timaru, unlike many of the surrounding towns, has a rating differential where the commercial pays an awful lot compared to residential. Now, you guys all know in your own heads what you're paying for rates. Personally, my building in Stafford Street is 224 square metres, which is slightly smaller than this room. My rates are $3,700 a year for that much land. You'll have seen in Tony Preen's submission that he did a thing there. He's got shops in Oamaru and Ashburton. His Ashburton shop, 647 square metres, 3,881. And Timaru, the equivalent size, closest one he could find was 683, 16,600. His Oamaru shop, which is right opposite Fat Sally's, it's in the main shopping area, 4,021 in rates. His Timaru shop, the equivalent size, well actually 121 metres smaller, the Hello Cyril ex-Skinwheel building, he's paying 10,041 rates for that. There's an awful lot of money getting sucked out of the CBD, and you wonder why shops go to other places or don't come here. Part of that is the rates cost. So, I know it's not in the 10-year thing, like we missed that, but I'm just saying in previous ongoing for down the track, I would seriously ask the council to have some looking at that. Other CBD issues, leaking verandas. The TDC owns the pipes under the footpaths, and they need, and me and the CEO have actually talked about this, they've never actually been cleaned or rotted or whatever you call it, and there's an awful lot of them are blocked up, and when you walk downtown on a rainy day, that's what the water's pissing through the verandas on you, because it actually can't get through the pipe between there and the gutter. And in all the years since I've done the CBD up, they've never ever been cleaned, and they're just full of gunk. They're cleaned out, and it's a nightmare people walking down the street on a rainy day in Timaru at the moment. Auto bins. CBD always used to be cleared after 9 o'clock. Now, recently, the auto bin, whatever company that does it, has been, just seeing how much time I got left there, has been coming through like 2 or 3 times before 9 o'clock. No one knows whether their bins have been emptied or not. They go to look out, they look at their neighbours, it's been empty, they think, shit, they missed it. The engraver's just along for me, rang them up and complained, and he got told maybe you should start work earlier. It's not ideal for us to put them out the night before, purely because the idiots at the pubs go and kick them over. One was put out the night before, a couple of weeks ago. A hell of a southerly come up, and 6 o'clock at night I was driving up Stafford Street and watched about 200 kilos of those foam bubbles getting blown down the street due to the wind getting biffed over. Poster graffiti. There's been lots of anti-live export posters and other ones, various different things stuck over the light poles and everything else lately. Why isn't the council giving some sort of penalty to these organisations to stop them doing it? Because I bet if I went and stuck adverts for my company on the traffic lights and the light poles, I'd soon get pulled up about it. What else we got? Bollards and parking. Apparently we're the only town in New Zealand where you can open your car door straight onto a steel bollard. If they're going to redo the footpaths, why not look at lining the bollards up with the actual white lines of where the edge of the... People don't know where you see people parked all over the show because they look and they don't know where the white lines are. They're opening the car door to see whether they're in or out of the park. If you put the bollards in line with where the demarcation points for where the car parks, it would make an awful lot of sense and save an awful lot of insurance money for people. Council contact. As you know, right, I've lived in the street for 29 years. I talk to a lot of different shopkeepers, and there seems to be a big impression at the moment that your lovely people at the front desk, great job as they may do, tend to act as gatekeepers, and it's very hard, a lot of the shopkeepers say, to actually get to the person they need to get to in the council. Would it not be possible to have one nominated person that just the business owners and the retailers, that's the person that everything they need to do with the council, go, you know, queries, whatever issues, goes to that person first and then has a go at getting sorted out? Because at the moment there's an awful lot of dissatisfaction with the, it doesn't affect me, but the actual shopkeepers seem to be having a lot of dramas with it. It was interesting, a submitter earlier was saying about solar panels. You'd be interested to know that if you want to put solar panels on your roof in Timaru, you've got to have a building permit. If you want to do it in Nelson, you just go and do it. Or most other towns in New Zealand. We're one of the few towns, and I've actually submitted about this about 15 years ago to the council. We're one of the very few towns that makes you get a building permit for a thing. I've got a minute and a half left. Theatre Royal, my personal view, knock it down, turn the thing around so the entrance faces... If you're going to put car parking on the street out here, most things in the theatre are in the evening. The sun comes that way, put the entrance on the sunny side, you walk in off the car park. At the moment you're going to walk down a piss-filled alleyway to the front to go in through the skanky old front to the place. Have some nice, effectively fake facade on the street side, but you get limited amount of people walking in off that side because most people are going to be parking on the other side of the theatre. It's just a practical thing, I think. Museum, design the front to match the old pub or whatever. At the moment it looks like it's done with a 2-year-old with some cardboard rolls. It's the bloody stupidest thing out there. Bloody flutes on there. Right, that's me. You've got 29 seconds to ask questions.
You're the lucky last, so we've got time. 2 things, just clarity for you. Your contact person, we're going to have a chat on that on Wednesday, so thanks for bringing that up. And just the differentials, Tony submitted on that 3 years ago. We didn't do the full revenue rating review in the last period. The reason why we didn't know whether Three Waters sat inside or outside the council. Okay.
And another thing I get from councillors' point of view, there's an awful lot more ratepayers than CBD. So therefore, as far as voters goes, if you do change the differential, residential rates will go up.
Yeah, no, it's not about where voters lie. It's about why we couldn't do a revenue review because we didn't know whether Three Waters was in and out. But now we've started that process, so there will be a full revenue review before the next annual plan. So we'll just wait to see where that lands.
I was very pleased to see recently Stacey up the CEO going around looking at issues in the town and actually taking an interest and onto it.
Weekly. So anyway, questions from the team for Stu? Councillor Booth.
Well, just Colin Bass, actually, he was the guy that sort of helped us set up that bid, actually, so he was sort of useful.
Oh, was he? Yeah, because he was the guy that did Blenheim, didn't he?
Oh, he's done a few places.
Yeah. But there was an awful lot of things when I took photos of all those big posters that we all wrote out with the ideas on, and I was reviewing back through those, and there was an awful lot of things that he suggested nothing's ever happened with that are still potentially ongoing quite good ideas. But
Yeah.
I do wonder what's happening with the current outfit. Are we still carrying on with them, or are we paying them money?
Yeah, no, it's getting wrapped up. Yeah. So any other questions? Yes, Councillor Shannon and then Councillor Pennington.
What a great way to finish today's show.
I'll give you a bit of humour there.
No, not just humour. See, the funny thing is the council contact, Tamuka's got one. You guys, it's me.
Oh, well, that's good. Lee's got one too.
Yeah, Geraldine's got one too.
I don't believe it needs to be a councillor, but
No,
I
no,
think
no.
just one person.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to be, I just am. No, this is a question actually. Don't stop. Great feedback, thank you very much.
The rest of them cringe when they see my name.
Please don't stop.
No, it's still, anyway. Need some lessons
Yeah,
on the
question would be,
perhaps.
are you going to keep
Councillor
going?
Bidding can guide us on what a question looks like.
Stu, I'm just interested in your solar panel thing. You kind of hear that all the time. What size solar panel? Because obviously the Building Act or whatever comes in. What are you actually
From
talking
what
about?
I understand, if you want to put any solar panel in Timaru on your roof, you have to get a building permit. No, and that's what I mean. It's something specific to this town so and this is quite a long time ago because I did submission about putting solar panels on the roof of the pool, and the CEO at the time sent me a thing, and I've still got a copy of it saying the sun doesn't shine every day, which I thought was very interesting. But I guess what he meant was it's not useful every day. But yeah.
Alrighty, any further questions? We'll follow that one up though, because it's interesting and great submissions, Stu. Really appreciate the passion for CBD. Nothing further. No, thanks, Stu. Thank you to everyone that have submitted today. We really appreciate it. We've had a great day. It's been really informative for councillors. So appreciate the engaged democracy. And thank you for those that have been online. And we'll tuning in from 12 o'clock tomorrow, isn't it? Is that correct? 11, sorry. Got that wrong. So from 11 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.